hero in the idiot Roblox scene who came up on social media, the brain rot tablet generations, who think that these people are heroes, but they're fucking not. They're just normal people. And, like, you know, and this guy's not a fucking hero, but he's going to be iconicized as that because Roblox doesn't get that much news all the time, you know? So this was big world news for Roblox. So he's now going to be vilified and or, like, honored as a hero in the Roblox community for the rest of his life. I don't really agree. If these people have fucking brains, if they weren't brain rot tablet, they would understand that this vigilante tried to take over our law and order justice like thing and subvert it in a way where the child molester walks free. And that's what they say on all the on all the videos too. That's the enlightened way to look at it. Schlepp made sure that these guys walk free. That's not hunting predators. That's ensuring that they walk free. Schlepp made sure that the guy that he was hunting walked free. That's not protecting them. That's not protecting kids. That's putting more of them at risk. I'm terribly sorry, and that's the cold, hard, fucked up shit about this. And yes, I do feel this way. I very strongly feel about this. Yeah, I don't want vigilantes chasing people because you know what happens? Motherfucking mistrials. You know what happens if mistrials happen? More child rape. Don't go play vigilante on the motherfucking internet like idiots, you fucking bads. Don't do it. This isn't growing like anymore. Or I don't know. No, these are ripe. These are ripe. I'll hopefully get like three of each. Nice. I'm going to drink some water first though. I should clone, I don't know, I should clone the ones that aren't growing. Okay, I'm gonna pick pumpkin. I'm gonna clone one and harvest the other. There we go. So nice. And then I'll clone more, I think. No, 18 is enough, that's full. And I got 9 pumpkins, which is good. That's good. That's a good, nice generation of pumpkins. Pumpkins don't rot, I don't think. Or maybe they do now. They do, I think. Oh, they're chicken food, which is good, yeah. I love Rust. It has such cool farmer vibe to it. I love the farming of Rust. Are you ripe? Yeah, you're ripe. I'll just take it. It's fine. Got one more pumpkin. We're going to eat 5 of these and stash the other 5. Nice, I got worms, which is always good. Get more food doing that. Okay, so the base is getting towards being done, but it still needs another day or two, I think, or at least a few more hours anyways. We have pumpkins going in the fridge and worms. Okay, got full food here. Oh, shut this. Okay, let's go do a run. It's 4:40, but I can get back in time. I will run the motorcycle to the pylon to the mining outpost. No, I'm just gonna motorcycle. Well, no, I do want to run the pylon. I want to run the pylons, so I will leave the motorcycle here on the way out, and I'll depart here, and I'll just ride the pylon. Oh, I didn't bring a tool, which is annoying. That's okay. I'll probably find a tool. Maybe. So let's hear what else she has to say.
To Catch a Predator, which filmed real-life vigilante sting operations, but for a national audience. Chris Hansen is stoked to shut up and play the hits.
Like, I'd be all for it if the sex pest didn't walk. But I mean, the sex pest walks. That's what's so terrible about it. Like, these people, they should not play vigilante. Schlepp made sure that Roblox predators will remain live in the fucking community. He didn't mean to, but that's what happens when you do this. When you try to vigilante sex predators outside of police range, it jays the fucking chain of evidence. It ruins the court case. It frees the sex predator. It makes them vilified, like they feel like the God wanted them to be free and stuff like this. Is disgusting. Or not, like, vindicated, excuse me. It makes the sex pest feel vindicated, like God wants them out there doing this or whatever. It's disgusting. It's really bad for everybody. So understand, like, we're all for getting predators out of our fucking community. We are, but we aren't for vigilantism to do it. We're really not. That guy's gonna walk free. See, got a tool. I'm gonna put this thing in case I need it. I need to research this salvage hammer. Because this thing never breaks, it just keeps going. Salvage hammer used to be stronger, but they started using it for eco raids, and it kind of busted it. Go! I don't want to bite. Go! Rain tanks the frames. Nice, the lights are good. Now I'll ride a bike out of here, back to the gas station. I don't have to climb the pylon again. And it's like a pretty fast fucking run. There's like transportation at almost every quarter of it. I don't think the pylon respawns, so I'm not going to climb it again. Wait. Oh, oops. Yeah, I went the wrong way. Oops. Trying to beat the sunset. Ooh, a ladder. That's good. Nice. Those are good too. There's a green key card. That's good. Go to the police station maybe. Milk crate. Nice, another nomad suit. Another kit. Actually, that's a free thing. Yeah, that's like a free car lift. I'll just put it outside. Wire it. Maybe I can lock the bike. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't recycle it. I think I'll recycle that. Oh. Good XP though. Police department's right over here, and I do have a green card. I want to see what's in the green card room real quick. Just out of curiosity, I got a burning desire to figure out what's in there, so I'm just gonna go look. Around the corners, more boxes. I don't have a light source, which isn't good. Maybe I best get home. Or I can make a candle hat, I guess. Candle hat's good enough. Oh, it was a zombie. I was like, I thought I heard something. Zombie was in there. This food crate's good. Okay, here's the police station. We run in and we swipe green because it's just fast. Gotta find the green key card. There we go. Gas station to green key card. Blue key card. Diesel fuel. Fuse puzzle. Diesel's worth a lot at a bandit camp, isn't it? I mean, this is better than that. Wow, a lot of diesel in here for some reason. And then I wonder what the puzzle does. Is there a wire leading somewhere? I don't have a fuse. There must be a blue card puzzle. Or something. So there is a blue card puzzle here. I've seen it before. I just don't remember where it is. So that's helpful. I can pull a blue card out of there. Blue cards sell for a lot of scrap. And there is a blue card puzzle. I just don't remember how you get up to it. It's like, I'll have to memorize it. Now I'm in the dark, which isn't too good. I'm just going to run to my base now. Or, I don't know, I could go recycling, actually. Oh, not really, no. Rain's coming. Ooh, it's a metal node. I'll have to come back. That's good. Did I high center here? So annoying. Let's get rid of this. Five people. Lots of people on my list. I wonder if I can slap... Oh, look, there's another jackhammer in there. Oh, no, I just put the jackhammer away is what it is. So, yeah, for... all I need to research... the ladder... Yeah, 125, not bad. I want to make some ladders now. I have to pee. I'll be right back. It's a little cooler in here. It's like 90. I think I'll have a... Had to get a drink. Okay, so here we go. It is 2:40 in the morning. I have a new kit. I want to go mess around with a wall real quick. And I have green and blue card. During the day, I want to go journey through the city and see if I can find the blue card room, because I've seen it before. I just don't remember where it was. Well, I do have to do a recycling run, it appears. Yeah. Anyways, let's do that. And you toss that. You. Weapon rack double I can go. You. That's good. I want to fuck around with the wall outside. Maybe I need to research that. We'll see. Oh, yeah, the scrap. Ladders are good. Oh, I've got more metal than I thought. That's good. Yeah, if I've got more metal than I thought, I would like to make a repair. I think that's free upgrade. Oh yeah. I didn't make it though. That's okay. Almost done with the main infrastructure. We'll go recycle for more metal now. Beautiful. And now I can like watch it. I can like watch the meadow and the water and the river and stuff. Beautiful. I like Rust. I missed it very badly. I don't care if they harass me. I'll just go play a different game until I come back. Frames are fucking chugging. Oh. Run. Ooh. Very bad. Oh, where did he come from? He was like inside that one, I guess. Up top's good. I need to reveal the whole map so I can see where the chest is. Nice. I didn't put down that wall. I need to make a compound bow. I keep forgetting. I was gonna do it because I need the metal frags like really bad right now. Maybe a sprinkler might be good. No, I can't see getting that far. 500 metal frags is quite good. $670. Now it is day. I want to go see if I can find the blue card room. Ooh, double barrel. Not bad. Oh, I want slugs. Slugs would be really good. I think slugs will kill zombies. So that I can kill two at a time. And we finish up with a milk crate. Hey, Arctic suit, not bad. I guess I'll switch out. Take green card. Yeah, nice. Oh, the light. You know, I would like the light be on. There we go. Good food here. I noticed that food... Oh, no, that corn does have, like, a shelf life. Oh, no, I don't want to bite. No, I don't want to bite. Oh. God damn it, you got me. This is not the worst thing, this little trap blocking the fucking entrance. What are they gonna do? They'll have to kill it. with like yeah, with the like the fridge blocking. It's kind of cool. Quite good. I was gonna fuck around with a wall and see what I can do. Where'd that wall go? And a car thingy. Hours. Oh, I have a bite. I forgot.
Lawyers affiliating himself with two plaintiffs' class action firms, which together represent more than 400 individuals suing Roblox for harms they allege they suffered as minors, approached on the website. Here's a recent case filed in Texas. It's clear that the lawyers are now circling the company, looking for plaintiffs to sue Roblox based on various legal theories, including negligence, consumer fraud, and product liability. We also found this complaint Roblox filed against YouTube creator Ruben Sim for, among other things, posting false and misleading terrorist threats to discourage Roblox users from participating in in-person and online events, cyberbullying and harassing Roblox employees, accessing the platform after he'd been banned, and attempting to upload a nude image of himself with only a lampshade covering his genitals. It appears that that case was settled in 2022 when Sim agreed to pay Roblox $150,000 and stay off the platform. And I guess now is as good a time as any to state the obvious that child predators are bad people and companies should definitely keep kids safe online. And if you don't understand that, a law channel is not going to help you. But there are a whole lot of legal issues that go beyond the question of who is the bad guy here. So let's see if we can't break some of those down. Starting with the banning of schlep. Yes, the short answer is yes. Can platforms ban you? Yes. Can they do it for violating their terms of service? Yes. Can they do it for no reason at all? Yes. Do they have to apply their own rules consistently? No. And do you have any recourse if they don't? No. And the reason for that is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, affectionately known to its fans as the 26 words that created the internet. Under Section 230, no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. So if you post something obscene or defamatory on Reddit or Yelp or Facebook or Roblox, the companies that own those interactive online platforms cannot be held liable for what you said. That shield for third-party content is what makes social media and online interactive media possible. You couldn't have a functioning internet if platforms could be held liable for what users posted online. And then, you see where it says civil liability? No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be held liable on account of any action voluntarily taken in good faith to restrict access to or availability of material that the provider or user considers to be obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable, whether or not such material is constitutionally protected. So in plain English, a provider can boot you for any reason at all without civil liability. So yes, it may feel manifestly unfair or wrong or unjust, but that is the law of the land, and suing Roblox for unevenly enforcing its terms of service is not going to change that. Okay, so what duty do websites owe to child users? That is a harder question to nail down, and the answer varies across states. Obviously, websites have a legal duty to report CSAM to NCMEC, which Roblox does. It also has to abide by the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA. But COPPA is a data privacy law that governs how websites can store and collect data on users under 13, and Roblox doesn't collect that data at all, so that's not relevant here. And that leaves basic theories of tort law, like the ones all those lawyers are relying on, along with various other state statutes. Here's one that says the website violated California's consumer protection laws by claiming that it was safe when it is not. Here's one from Texas that says the company was negligent about child safety and committed fraud when it told parents the app was safe for kids. Here's one in Pennsylvania alleging product liability and breach of Pennsylvania's consumer protection statute. The issue here is that Roblox is going to assert Section 230 liability for user-generated content, which is why so many of these lawsuits focus on the fraud aspect, basically claiming that Roblox misrepresented itself when it had state-of-the-art technology to keep kids safe. And that's the basis of Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrell's lawsuit against Roblox, which was filed on August 14th. She's alleging violations of Louisiana's Unfair Trade Practices Act, or LUTPA, along with negligence and nuisance. And I'm not saying that this lawsuit is doomed, but I am saying that it includes the most brain-meltingly terrible passage about COPA ever put in print. She says, defendant could have also required children under 13 to provide their names and email addresses and obtain parental approval, a fundamental protection against predators, but refused to do so. This decision allowed the company to bypass certain protections that are mandated by federal law and designed to protect children. COPA was enacted because Congress recognized the heightened vulnerability of children on the internet. As the Federal Trade Commission noted, the limited capacity of children to understand fully the potentially serious safety and privacy implications of sharing their personal information. COPA bars companies from collecting and storing information about very young children, and I'm not here to stick up for Roblox, but the company didn't bypass COPA. It complied with COPA. It did not collect information from young children at all. But you know what jumped out at us when we dug into this case? Wasn't the content moderation problem bad as it may be? Because some percentage of those hundreds of tort cases are going to get in front of a jury, which will probably do more than any petition to encourage Roblox to fix its content moderation problem. There's one or two $10 or $100 million jury verdicts can do wonders to clarify the mind. What struck us is that Roblox is basically an $80 billion company town paying its employees in company script. The vast majority of the game's content is lovingly created by its players and placed behind a paywall. Roblox encourages users to become developers and create new content for the company by offering to share the profits. But Roblox Corporation pays those third-party developers in Robux. And Roblox prints that currency and can set whatever exchange rate it wants. And that exchange rate kind of sucks. Okay, let's do some back-of-the-napkin math here. If you are buying Robux, they cost roughly a penny each. Sometimes you can get them for less if you buy in bulk, sometimes they cost more, but if you're a parent buying them for your kid, you're basically talking like $10 for 1,000 Robux. Now, if your kid spends that 1,000 Robux in the developer's game or experience, as Roblox calls them, Roblox takes a 30% cut off the top. The developer gets 700 Robux, but you can't spend Robux at the grocery store. You have to turn it into cash money. And while Roblox is perfectly willing to sell its in-game script for a penny, it's not offering that same deal on the back end. It will buy Robux from devs for 0.35 cents each, so like a third of the penny. And that's after the 30% commission it took on the original sale. So by my reckoning, of the original $10 forked over by mom and dad, the developer is getting $2.45. And if you're playing along with your calculator at home, that's only 24% of the original transaction. And developers are probably getting even less than that, since the Roblox platform has all kinds of upload fees and bank transfer fees and variable rates for players when they purchase Robux. And the point of sale cut in Robux isn't always 70-30 either. CEO David Baszucki makes a lot of fuss about how empowering this is for creators, particularly teenagers, and that's true. There are lots of very young creators on the site getting paid, and they're clearly willing to take what Roblox is offering, particularly since Roblox Studio provides so much back-end technical and creative support. It's also a pretty easy game engine to learn, so the barrier for entry is really low. But when Roblox brags about paying out $923 million to creators in 2024, remember that the company took in $3.6 billion during that time. And there are plenty of creators who made basically nothing. And while there are many adult professional developers on the platform, this is still an ecosystem that grew itself based on the labor of lots of very young people who cannot go out and get jobs in Silicon Valley and have no contractual relationship with the company and no real bargaining power. These people are creating digital products for even younger consumers. So yeah, there's a problem when you have children who can't earn money running around a digital playground where all the fun stuff requires game tokens. That's clearly going to create a situation where adults who can earn money will prey on them. But that's hardly the only problem when you're talking about a multinational billion-dollar company that's paying those same children in Robux that they sell for a penny and redeem for a peanut.
This
all
went
this
way
highlights why
deeper.
It's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? Or how do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm.
No way.
And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future.
Awesome.
And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
5 huge lies about RV life you can't ignore. Now, everyone says RV life, van life, truck camper life, and even car life. Yes, because folks live in their cars, y'all. It's about freedom, sunsets, and simplicity. And honestly, a lot of it is. But this year, this life has evolved, y'all. I mean, it's still beautiful and still worth it. Right, Winslow? I mean, but it's not without new challenges and new rules that we never saw coming, y'all. I mean, some parts of this dream just are not what they used to be. Ooh, it's getting hot out here. Ooh, it's definitely getting warm out there. So in this video, we're breaking it down for y'all. Plus, we're sharing one surprising bonus truth you can't afford to ignore that we learned firsthand. What worked before still works now. Yes, y'all, the camping strategies that even worked several years ago, well, many of those don't hold up this year. And I'll tell you, we used to rely on those go-to public lands or those first-come, first-served campsites, and a lot of those have changed. I mean, some are now requiring permits, others are requiring advanced reservations, and those fees have gotten so much higher. And you could totally forget about those spontaneous moments you want to go off and find some camping, because those have become extremely risky. Now, there are many, many examples of this, y'all, but let me just share with you our recent experience at Alabama Hills, which, quite frankly, in our opinion, is one of the most beautiful free camping spots in this country. Now, I have to tell you, we love camping at Alabama Hills, but we have also not been able successfully at times to find a free boondocking spot because of the rules that have now been put in place. One, for example, is they're limiting.
Thank you. Let's turn it up, world. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Camping spots there. So that's about it. Not every RVer thinks alike and respects the land and takes care of it. They don't leave it the way they found it. And so what happens is it causes damage over time, and therefore these rules and regulations have had to be put in place to protect the land. Now, this next one, this is a very different rule, and it might show up in other places as well. But you have a 14-day annual limit per calendar year. So that's it. You get 14 days for the year to camp there, and that's it. And not to mention, most of the western side of Movie Road now is day use only.
And recent changes have really impacted some of our favorite state parks as well across the country, especially here in Nevada at Valley of Fire, which for those who have not been to Valley of Fire State Park, it's absolutely beautiful. But it used to be a first come, first served basis. So we would head to the park early in the morning trying to find a spot that would open up. An RVer might be leaving, spot opens up, we grab it. But now that has all changed. That's true really across most of the Nevada, almost all the Nevada state parks, where it's now reservation only. And that changes obviously the whole strategy around that. You need to really plan in advance. Don't head there hoping to get that spot, plan in advance, book that spot early. But in addition to the change in that, they also increased the fees.
I know.
Right? I think that...
Like everything else.
Exactly.
There is always a free place to stay. Not anymore.
The truth is that many former free RV overnight spots are disappearing, and some aren't even safe when they're still available. Many cities and retailers and also counties are prohibiting RV overnighting, so you really need to be cognizant of the rules.
Oh, come on.
Sometimes it may seem
I didn't
like a great
see you at
spot,
all.
but it may be illegal in that city,
Damn it, you're annoying.
town, or county. And always, we all say this, make sure you ask. If you're trying to stay at a retailer, like for example a Walmart, make sure you go in and actually talk to the management there, even if you don't necessarily see signs. If you see, sometimes you'll just see signs like that, but more and more places are restricting your ability to find that perfect spot to sleep and safe spot to sleep overnight. And we have had quite a few experiences where we arrived into a place, like for example Vail. We're driving into Vail and we're looking around, we'll just find a place to overnight. It's gonna be no problem. And then you went from place to place, right? And every parking lot had a sign. No overnight parking. No overnight parking. Then we think, right. Then you find a Walmart somewhere. Oh, there it is, a new sign, a brand new sign. No overnight parking. And then you're thinking, well, maybe there's like a Cracker Barrel somewhere to find or something like that. And even the Cracker Barrels, which we love, like that's one of our favorite RV overnighters, right? Going to the Cracker Barrel. But sometimes if the city or town prohibits that, even at that Cracker Barrel, you can't do that.
No, and we have to really talk about like our experience with this when it comes to the safety side of these free overnight camping spots. You know, it's really important to do your diligence. And even when you do your diligence,
Mithril got cheap.
It's really important to use your gut and your instincts to keep aware of your surroundings at free camping spots. Happened to us at Prim, Nevada. We stayed at a free overnight camping spot at a casino. We thought we were in good hands. And lo and behold, there was some weird activity that went on. It looked like people were trying to case our bikes. They kept coming back, came back with a van. All kinds of weird things happened. And we totally felt if we did not leave or trust that gut instinct, you know, that woman's intuition, y'all, we may not be sitting here talking to you guys. It was a very uncomfortable and definitely a dangerous situation. We actually did a full video on that. So if you have not seen that video, you might want to watch that before you go camping at some free camping spots. That's for sure. Safety first. Now, there are some free, great overnight spots that we absolutely love taking advantage of now. And that's the Love's Travel Stops. You know, a lot of those Loves are starting to cater more and more to the RV community. They even have spots that maybe hookup spots for 30 amps, 50 amps, a dump station for a fee, of course. And you might get perks and discounts just by using their Love's Connect app. So get that app. Now, the other that we absolutely love using all the time is Harvest Host. And we got to first say thank you to all of you out there that are part of that Harvest Host that allow open up your small businesses and your homes and your land to us RVers to be able to camp overnight to experience that life that you live. We want to say thank you so much and God bless. But if you're not signed up to Harvest Host and you are curious about Harvest Host, well, we have a link in the description box below. And if you sign up, you're going to get some discounts on sign up. Just saying. Don't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do it right now.
And there's some amazing stays. You have like alpaca farms, bison farms, like breweries.
Oh, I love the breweries, baby.
If you like golf courses, they have a golf course.
They do.
All kind of stuff.
Just don't be in that upswing.
That's
or that downswing, whatever you want to call it. Now, you only need a couple of months in advance to reserve a spot at a popular national park campground. You better learn. Now, if you are planning to go to a national park, like let's say your family has a change of plans and wants to swing left and head to a very popular national park campground, well, you might be out of luck. And that's especially true during peak season. You know, most popular national parks like Zion, Yosemite, Yellowstone, Grand Tetons, those campground reservations are usually booked up 6 months in advance. So you might find yourself, if you miss out, sitting there just swiping that queue and hoping for a cancellation. It's like a Disney ride. You know, you want to get into that queue and you keep swiping and hope that queue shows up so you can hit it. But 9 times out of 10, if you're not fast enough, you're going to miss it. So always plan ahead. And y'all, it's not just those national parks. It's those state parks and those public campgrounds. I mean, they've seen such an uptick in demand, it makes it even harder to get into some of those. And those prices, y'all, woo, let me tell you, over the last several years, prices for some of these places have increased almost 25%, up to 25%, which is crazy. And you could forget about some of those private campgrounds, y'all. Some of the price increases there has increased so much, you feel like they should offer you a free foot rub and a spa treatment. I'm just saying, okay. Okay, the moral of the story is, if you don't have a reservation, always have 2 to 3 backups. Don't assume you're gonna get that spot. So when you get there, assume that you won't. So if you get it, you're feeling lucky. And if you don't, you won't feel stressed. Buying and registering an RV is simple.
Now, the truth is that buying and registering a new RV has gotten a lot more complicated this year, especially in states that have adopted California's new emission rules. Now, you may have heard of this rule already and seen reports RVs are banned. Now, the reality is that California's new rule, called the ACT rule in short, does not technically ban RVs, but it does require manufacturers selling RVs that are over 8,500 pounds to sell a certain percent of zero-emission vehicles. Now, the catch is that right now the RV manufacturers don't really sell almost any RVs that are over 8,500 pounds that are zero emission. That covers basically like all Class A's, almost all Class C's, and many Class B's. So the effect of that in states that have adopted California's rule, California just adopted that this year in 2025, but other states, there's 11 other states that plan to adopt either this year or in future years the rules themselves. And that, I think that actually accounts for almost 40% of RV sales overall, which is an incredible amount of sales. That can have an absolute huge impact if RV manufacturers aren't able to sell the required percentage of those zero-emission vehicles in those states. Now, you may think naturally, hell, I'll just buy an RV in another state and then bring it into my home state, which happens to be, say, California or one of these ACT states, and register it. The problem is, if your vehicle has under 7,500 miles, it's considered a new RV, and that state may actually not register that RV if it does not, say, comply with those rules. So it's very important to understand the current rules in those states.
You know, RV repairs are becoming easier to get fixed. Woo, I can tell y'all right now, we have been in the shop so many times, we know that is not the case, honey.
No, that's very true. And it's going to be very tough, especially if you're living in your RV. You may have to find another place to live while the work's being done. So certainly if anyone tells you, oh, you can get RV repairs done very quickly, no problem at all, it can be very tough. And quite often, even the mechanics themselves, the RV mechanics themselves, can be tied up as well in terms of scheduling them to get the work done.
You know, and in all honesty, too, the mobile techs, the ones out there that are the saving graces for us all when you can't get yourself into a shop to get the repair, they're even getting slammed with work. So it could be tough to get one of those guys as well. Let's Turn Up World tip. Start learning how to fix things yourself. Start with small little things. Dave is actually getting a little good at fixing things inside of here. I'm actually getting good at discovering things to tell Dave to fix, which it just makes a lot more sense so that you're not spending your time in the shop, but you're spending time in the valley, in the mountains, in the hills, soaking up that sun and your birthday. So,
Exactly.
Well, if you're boondocking alone, that is.
Exactly. So get handy. Just give it a try.
Get handy, y'all. Living the RV, van, truck, or car life is cheap. Now, I know this is a controversial topic. You know, we've mentioned this before. Folks are saying, it is cheap. But you know what? If you're living most time, full-time in the RV life, I'm just telling you, this year, it is not as cheap as it used to be with all the different things increasing, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, most RVers who are, say, traveling around the country, staying in RV resorts, if you're in a Class A or a Class C, you're generally staying in these RV resorts. They can run you like $100, well over $100 quite often in some very popular places. And with rates going up really all across the country in some of these national parks and state parks, plus insurance rates going up at all.
You're 20%, y'all.
Yeah, it is not cheap.
It is definitely
not cheap. Yeah.
Not a cheap situation. If you're traveling from destination to destination versus slowing down and staying put, well, those fuel costs can add up pretty quickly along with those repairs. So, Turn Up World tip, like Dave said, slow it down, enjoy where you're at right now, be present there for however many days you can. If you can do 14 days, great. Do what works best for you. But at the end of all this, it is not cheap. It can be affordable, but it's definitely not cheap. Y'all, this is a bonus lie that I'm telling you we hear quite often, and it's very personal to us. And that's downsizing makes RV life much simpler. Hold me back. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you on this one. I'm gonna get you. You know, the truth and fact of the matter is, downsizing isn't always simpler. It just means you have to deal with extra different challenges, right?
That's very true. We can't tell you how many times we hear from folks in, say, large Class A's or large Class C's that say, oh man, you guys are so lucky. You're in this small rig, you can get anywhere. And that's true, like we're lucky in that respect, but boy, there are definitely some significant trade-offs in being in a smaller space.
Yes, for sure. You gotta love each other.
Yes.
Love each other to death, because try a rainy day, for instance, where you both are stuck inside all day with your two kitties in a less than 100 square foot space. I'm just saying it's not always in. It's not always in.
Right.
But we make it work. So we have an agreement here. Dave takes care of the dump station.
That's right.
I take care of the cooking, and I love to cook. But it does come with its own set of challenges cooking in this tiny kitchen. And y'all have been right there along with me in that kitchen. I make it work. So, and plus, I got some really fun episodes coming up with some real dynamite, tiny RV cooking sessions you're going to enjoy. So make sure you get your aprons on because it's going to be a lot of fun. And I have to tell you this, and y'all know my situations with that bathroom. It's a small bathroom, but I make it work. Sometimes the small shower, the small toilet, I'm a hip girl here. So for me, sometimes to use the bathroom, I got to put one leg in the kitchen sink and the other just to let it out. Just saying, might be TMI, but you know, that's just how it is.
That's the truth, right there. Full disclosure.
Full disclosure. Yes. And I gotta leave him with a let's turn it up world tip, baby. Okay, rent before you buy. Seriously, y'all, if you've never really tried downsizing and living in that small space, rent before you buy. It's much better to pay $1,000-something, $2,000 for a week of adventuring that to know that you love it than paying over $100,000 for something you wish you never bought. So take that to the bank along with that rent.
And we have a quick question for you. Is there a misconception or a lie about RV life this year we haven't talked about? Let us know in the comments below. We would love to read about it.
Yes, and if you found this helpful, if you enjoyed hanging out with us, or we made you laugh, be sure to hit that thumbs up button. And if you're digging our vibe, hit subscribe. We're getting close to that 200,000 subscriber mark, and we'd love to hit that milestone with you. So be sure to do that. And last but not least, we'll have to say this is really important. Share this out with someone you know thinking about venturing into the RV life this year or the years to come. All right, y'all. We will see you on the road. Kitties, chaos, and all. Bye.
We obviously have the Ghislaine Maxwell thing off topic, but new info. The rats have jumped ship. He privately admitted to keeping alleged CSAM, and police are involved now. Yeah, this is why I guess people were like, you have to watch the Willie Mack Show's new video. One of Stephen Bono, aka Destiny's previous supporters and collaborators, just reporting the police for allegedly keeping CSAM on his computer and admitting to it.
It's because he continued to write. I didn't know this until way later, but the videos she recorded with other guys, the file names are like...
Yeah, when Destiny had Lollaporn on his fucking hard drive, I was like, what else is on his fucking hard drive? If he's got that, he's got other stuff. And I wondered about this. I would not be surprised at all. I don't like Destiny.
like screen recording, blah, blah, blah. And then he shows me a screenshot of the top of a video clip and says, her boyfriend was recording these on Skype calls. That's absolutely insane to think about him doing all of this if she was 17. Well, this is insane to me because he's saying Rose's boyfriend recorded CP while sending me a screenshot of the alleged CP. So I asked to confirm if he just did that. If you were sending me this, I'm guessing you still have that video. Destiny replies, depends on why you're asking. But yes, I created copies of all of our messages and everything when that court case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP.
Why does this dude think that this is like a good defense? I mean, I don't think that Willie Slop Show actually gives a f about anything. I'll be honest with you. I think he's a mercenary, and I think he's just reading the room and realizing that this is a sinking ship that he must jump, because he was like actively defending and sweeping for him for Destiny for quite a while. He has utilized Destiny's community to make multiple fairly successful videos on people like myself and many other enemies of Destiny. He is definitely a fixture of that slop tuber community that we talk about. Like, these guys literally looked at Israel's genocide of the Palestinian population and thought, this is a great opportunity for us to farm some drama clicks. And unfortunately, there are a lot of not very intelligent people who have taken their note from this, because they're just like kind of watching something that's easily digestible, and they go, oh, this is a bad person, we shouldn't listen to him. And now he is jumping ship. So it seems like the walls are closing in.
Case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP downloaded on his computer. He literally has the video open as I'm talking to him. I go, bruh, there's been allegations at least since my last video that she was underage, and you still have potential CP of her? He replies, I have an obligation to preserve relevant evidence, etc. So I created backups of all of the important / relevant conversations. He continues, I don't think I'm allowed to delete it, LOL. I don't know if it counts as hiding / destroying evidence. And I reply, talk to a lawyer, that seems crazy to me. keeps this sort of stuff on their computer without 100% knowing if they're supposed to or not? Isn't that something
Predators.
you want to confirm? I continue.
Predators.
You just let me know you have CP videos saved to your computer. You knew it was alleged that she was underage. You still have them. Do you see how this is? So now I've confirmed that this guy has child on his computer. In my 8 years of reaching out to people over allegations, I've never had anyone admit that to me. The last message he sent me was, one, I don't even know 100% of her age was legitimately less than 18 when these were taken. So basically, he's not 100% sure if he has child on his computer. He's just 99% sure. Got it. Two, I'm pretty sure I have an obligation to preserve stuff related to my court case. I've talked about it with my lawyer already, specifically with regards to the road
phone
stuff. So we went
poll.
from, I don't know if I could
Phone
delete
poll.
this, to my lawyer says it's totally fine to keep. I don't know the law, but the idea that his lawyer would tell him to hold on to CP for a civil case just doesn't seem likely to me. I don't know. LawTube can figure that out. Three, if something were to come out of this, I don't know if I'd want to wipe everything and not have something to turn over to the authorities. If hypothetically, whenever a political creator is about to give a hypothetical, you know you're about to hear some weird if hypothetically her boyfriend or whatever was actually trafficking her or getting her to other dudes on video for him, and if there was ever some kind of investigation into that, am I hurting the chance of looking into him by deleting all of this stuff? Oh, so now the reason he's keeping the CP.
Yeah, no, there's a justifiable reason for it. He actually has the utmost highest morals at all times. Wow, from the guy who has actively debated the ethics of ethical CP, ethical CSAM.
It's time for some underage sex debates. All right, who wants to kids in here? What's going on?
Well, okay. I'm not actually.
Comes an opportunity for him to have that in his hard drive. Interesting.
It's because they.
Destiny be like, I'm a white hat file, actually. You don't understand.
A hypothetical criminal case that he is not pursuing at all. Okay, maybe these reasons are legally sound advice that came from his lawyer. Maybe he's lying and just saying anything to make it sound better to me. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. I just know this guy's admitting to having CP in my DMs, 60 gigabytes according to him. Seriously.
Yeah.
60 gigabytes?
Destiny be like, excuse me, what if there was a nuke that was about to go off in New York City and the only way to stop it is to insert a USB with CSAM into my computer and watch it? What then? And then, of course, the intellectual titans cult of sycophants will literally look at that and go, that's an amazing argument. I never thought about it like that. Actually, you are right to do so. A couple of the reasons why people still hold on to this idea that, like, Destiny's a force for good, actually, even though he's just a little bit of a gooner, was because, one, he is actively de-radicalizing people, right? He is so effective at de-radicalizing people. I've seen no evidence of this, okay? I've seen no evidence of this whatsoever, especially because, like, he still holds a lot of reactionary perspectives. He just says, you know, you can say the N-word as a white guy.
Destiny, you said Nick 1 month ago. I
mean, he was reading it still.
And shit on marginalized people all the time, except, you know, you have to vote Democrat while doing so. And not only that, but also, he can't even help his own son. If he was a better father to his own son wouldn't have turned into a Nazi. So clearly he has failed on that front demonstrably. And the other idea that people love him is because he is this, like, intellectual warlord, a giant that can best anyone in the marketplace of ideas.
We're arguing that stock buybacks are
That's
bad.
what I'm arguing right now.
You can tell me if I'm wrong. So when I go to Walmart, or if I want to buy a house, or if I need to pay for healthcare, I didn't know that I could just give them shares of Amazon. I thought I had to liquidate it and use a currency that is recognized.
You don't have to
as
liquidate.
tax.
You can borrow against the value, and you don't pay any taxes on borrowing. So right there, you're just wrong. Like, if I own $1 billion, do you think? Wait a minute. Do you think?
Why would I borrow against the value of my investment?
Because you don't have to pay any taxes on it. That's why. If you borrow against the value of your shares, you never have to pay taxes. So you can spend money.
Somebody in chat has to tell me, bro. I'm not going to take his word for it. Somebody in chat, do you borrow against the value of?
No matter how incredible their intellect might be, right? He can go toe-to-toe with intellectuals that are subject matter experts and still defeat them in the marketplace of ideas. That also was a fucking abject failure with the conversation that took place between him and obviously Norm Finkelstein, even though his cult still deluded themselves into believing that he didn't make a fool of himself in that process. But especially now, even if you're viewing this from the perspective of drama, the way that he has actually dealt with this criminal incident is so stupid. I brought up one of the examples yesterday. What I'm trying to say is, with respect to what Destiny's been trying to do in the last couple of days, as he's like flailing around and trying to defend himself, he's gone back to his old tricks. Number one, what about Hassan? Well, that ripcord doesn't work here, okay? It's clearly not working because this is like a criminal thing that he's doing, and that hasn't worked. So he has also started the process once again, or never really stopped the process of victim blaming, specifically going after Pixie, who is in a court case as a victim of the distribution of revenge. And he's turning around and you know, attacking Pixie and anyone he can get his hands on, anyone he can like belittle. But even in those counter arguments, even on those deflections, like, they're so silly. He'll just be like, why does nobody care about the person who potentially filmed this CSAM? It's like, what the do you mean? Why does nobody care about the person who filmed the CSAM? Like, nobody knows that person. You know that person. You have direct involvement with that person. You should be the one who cares. That's not an active deflection. Well, I'm just the recipient of CSAM as opposed to the person who procured it? Okay. Why the do you think that's an argument that actually maintains your innocence? That just means there's another guy out there who's also an awful piece of shit. That doesn't make any sense. You can't turn around and be like, well, Your Honor, I may have purchased it, but someone else made it. And from what I understand, the only reason why they figured out that this person that he was actually sending the revenge porn of others to in solicitation of CSAM and even actively trying to traffic this minor, okay, both are different crimes. That person was 17, and the reason why people figured out that that person was 17 was because he flexed on the haters to reveal information about this person, seemingly, so that he goaded people into figuring out who this person was, to identify who this person was. And then they did. And now that they did, now he's cooked. Just yesterday, he lied by claiming there was nothing to give to the police. In yet another shocking case of self-sabotage, the Omni liberal claimed yesterday he had no evidence to give to the police regarding Rose. Today, Willie Mack Show posted a video explicitly detailing evidence that Destiny gave him, including file names, purported CSAM sent by Rose. Destiny goes on to confess that he has made copies of not just his friend's messages, but with Rose and all attachments. Would he be incapable of going to the police with these files? If you send me this, I'm guessing you still have that video, he says. He says he's not sure if she was under 18 when the video was taken. The video title just commented on a date that's obviously before his claim to be her 18th birthday. As if this couldn't get any more bizarre, Destiny goes on to tell Willie that the reason he is preserving this evidence is to help a potential investigation. The exact thing he told Eli B again, he wasn't able to do. Incredible stuff, Steven. Bro, at its most, like, there is also, like, obviously a permanent victimhood narrative here at the heart of everything. It's like, he distributes revenge porn that he has filmed, both consensually and unconsensually, of other people to a random person on Discord in an effort to, like, f that person because he wants to f that person. Turns out the person is also 17, which is, you know, extra insane and criminal. But even in that process, like, he's been able to try and present himself as the real victim here. He's like, oh, well, my got leaked too. It's like, bro, why were you sending it out? The f do you mean? Why were you distributing it? Why were you filming it without the consent of both parties? Why were you distributing it without the consent of all parties involved? This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But clearly, even though plenty of people initially were like, oh man, I'm actually very upset about this, they still turned around and eventually found that there was a good reason to protect Destiny here, to defend Destiny here, because he's like, his enemies are so much worse than him. Me. Ironically enough, that's what they literally think. That I'm, like, actively terrorizing the country. I'm a hater of America. I want to sabotage America. I'm a terrorist. And he's the only bulwark against, like, growing communism in the country that they've been deluded into thinking is, like, a reasonable force to reckon with, or even a scary one at all. Yeah, it turns out Pedstiny reminds me of Onision, but the debate lore version. Yeah, if Onision was at least, like, a convincing enough debater, he probably would have been able to maintain his career, I guess. He is trying to present himself as a victim once again in this process, too. He's like, well, I was just duped. I was duped by a 17-year-old. I'm actually the real victim here. Yeah, here's the other victim here, primary victim, Drew Pavlov. For God's sake, why couldn't Destiny just not be like this? Bro, I made all these pro Destiny videos with my face in them. This should be a wake-up call for a lot of people in his cult. This should be a wake-up call for a lot of his orbiters that maybe everything he was saying was a f***ing lie from the start. If he always operated this way, and you found him to be a charismatic figure, perhaps you were deluded into shaping your worldview around the personal vendettas of a maniac. And I know that cult deprogramming takes a lot of effort, but considering that this is just like someone you have no interest in, someone who you don't know at all, when you find out that they're like a freak, this is a good point of severance. The easiest exit ramp of all time, to be like, yeah, this is my breakoff point. Perhaps the things that he was saying and doing all along might have been to serve his own personal agendas, to serve his own personal vengeance mission. His subreddit is deleting posts about it. His cult will never snap out of this. I don't think there is. I think this has entered a different stage now, especially considering that some of his most like loyal community members and orbiters, a self-described term by the way, are actively jumping ship, and his community is marginal. It's ultimately very loyal, but it's tiny, and it only works when there are other seemingly objective, other external forces that he can deploy. Like Willie Slopshow is a great example of this. This guy used to be another one of his orbiters. He jumped ship when the revenge porn stuff came out. Many other examples as well. Very clearly, it's now come to that point. So I think that there is going to be even more pushback from people that are around him. His mods are deleting stuff. Yeah, I know. That's not surprising to me at all. I'll be honest with you.
Sure.
That's not even remotely surprising to me at all. I mean, look at LSF. They also, they're very good at brigading Reddit. I'll give them that. They're very good at brigading Reddit, and they're very good at, creating an environment of plausible deniability, but there are certain things that you just can't continue doing.
Internet stuff is so dumb.
The crime is far too severe. It usually is to people even in your own community going, no, that's gonna tarnish your good reputation forever, and it should. The only reason why I think it's gotten to this position is because there was never accountability. For far too long, he just kind of got away with doing stuff like this, because it's not the first time he's done shit like this. I mean, there are so many different clips of him just openly talking about how he thinks 15-year-olds are hot, so many messages that he's put out there, and people were able to just avoid recognizing that this was weird behavior. He said in a leaked chat, I can just meme it away and they'll believe me. He genuinely thinks that his audience is very stupid, and the remainder of his audience is very stupid. Let's be real. Even if you think there is good reason to still defend him, because he's still ultimately a force for good, there's no philosophical ethics justification for how much harm he is able to do to anyone and everyone in his vicinity. And if you can't comprehend that this person's moral compass is completely out of whack, especially when he's behaving like this with regular frequency for the past 2 decades of his media career, I don't know what more you need to see. At a certain point, you have to really reflect on who you are listening to, whose worldview are you adopting, who's playing a formative role in your understanding of the world. A lot of these people rightfully call out the Republican Party and the MAGA cult. They call out the MAGA cult for how insane it is. They call out Republicans for how uneducated their decision-making is. And yet, they have deluded themselves into thinking in an identical way that just makes no sense whatsoever when it comes to someone like myself. They can't comprehend it. They're like, why is mainstream media not aware of this? Maybe they just didn't watch the right YouTube videos. Or maybe they're adults. Maybe they don't have a parasocial relationship developed with the content creator that is now outed as a procurer of child sexual abuse material that you did. Maybe normal people who don't spend every waking moment online trying to look for new lolcow targets, okay, adults with a job, journalists, academics and the like, they actually see a guy like Sex Pestiny and they go, ew, gross. Why is he debating ethical CP? Ew, gross, he said. that white supremacists should mow down Black Lives Matter protesters, that's f***ing insane.
The rioting needs to stop. And if that means like white redneck f***ing militia dudes out there mowing down protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing. Because holy shit, this f***ing shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago. Like, holy
And they just write that shit off.
Shut up.
Instead of going, hold up, let me hear this guy out. Because when you say, hold up, let me hear this guy out, you seemingly start singing in a very different frequency. You start defending things that you previously thought were indefensible. He makes points. Okay, I've seen it. I've seen it happen in my own community. There's a, you'll have like a loyal fan who spent months, if not years in here, and then there's like one issue where they disagree with me on, and then they look for like someone to provide a counter narrative, and instead of like making up their own mind, they just they fall to the mercy of another person, and if that person has any motion whatsoever or can make a credible counter narrative fit that gives them a sense of comfort, they go, oh, this is my new intellectual daddy now. And then they become lifelong haters. Stockman pieced out on his podcast with Epstein. Yeah, that's bull. He's just trying to, I think the reason why his second in command, who utilizes his community because he has no motion outside of that, to engage in these like stalking operations, is only distancing himself because he is an advertiser of Ethan Klein's podcast.
Redact.dev, guys. They are our Bunton sponsor. Really cool company, actually.
And he feels like it's going to look bad for Ethan if Ethan attacks me. And then I turn around and say, dude, you're getting money from this dude who is giving you all these talking points and this community that is like actively defending someone trying to procure child sexual abuse material. Like, what the f***? You have no leg to stand on. So I think Dan thinks if he just like cuts ties for a little bit after actively defending Destiny, hopefully that'll give Ethan some stronger legs to stand on, when in fact it doesn't work that way. I mean, this is his business partner. Dan Saltman is the person that is the connective tissue between these two people. And he is directly funding. He's one of the last remaining podcast funders, Redact.dev, as you guys know. That's Dan Saltman's company. And he's giving he's giving the talking points to Ethan, and his community is actively in here. They're in here probably right now, losing their minds, looking for something that they can misconstrue, as they do every single day. This clip was posted on the Destiny. What? They're defending D, losing my mind at the complete inversion of reality here. Then I remember that the H3 sub has been completely taken over by Destiny fans. They all think Destiny's a victim of a years-long harassment campaign by Hassan, when it's the other way around. Hassan ignored him for years. Yeah, so that's awesome. The only thing I will say here is that Destiny has been dealing with Hassan for far, far longer than Ethan. Ethan literally said that Hassan brought up Destiny the first time they met in person. He survived like 6 years of Hassan's constant campaigns against him. He used to not pay any attention to them, but that led him to getting the current reputation he has now, where Hassan will lie about him to others, painting the most horrible picture of him that still somewhat persists. There's a reason why people that get yanked from Hassan's cult literally only have to watch like one full video of his to realize he's been lying about him all this time. It's quite hard to overstate just how deep the Destiny Hassan feud goes. When you've seen how bad these communities are at their worst for like over half a decade, you lose any hope that the high ground will matter. What I really find funny about this is not only is it just the exact opposite of the reality, but my favorite is when they do like the liberal Zionist position between me and Destiny. The liberal Zionists like, well, both sides are kind of, it's like, no, this is not a both sides situation, man. This has been an active cyber stalking operation with mass harassment initiatives. They always do this with like LSF too. Like LSF is literally run by a moderator in Destiny's community. And if you look at the top post in LSF, it's like Hassan sneezed wrong, and it's like 7,000 upvotes. And then all of the comments underneath it is like, yo, he's the worst person that's ever existed. And then they have the audacity to turn around and be like, Hassan obviously brigades this Discord. It's like, it's weird because it doesn't seem to exist. The Hassan defense on LSF. It's just no motion overall because you just push through it. And as long as you push through it and as long as you abide by your values and you know, keep doing your own thing, a lot of these guys who are just like utterly repulsive, truly evil individuals, they just, you know, they keep picking themselves up anyway in all of their anger, in all of their resentment, in all of their animosity. If you design your entire worldview around hating one person and you don't have any sort of like discernible values, you are inevitably going to find yourself locked in to, I guess, defending Israel's genocide. Yeah, one community constantly harasses, doxes, stalks your entire family, anyone you show any positivity towards with botted email campaigns to deplatform, deport, and arrest you. And then this community says, wow, they suck. Also, he's a file. These are the same thing. In the grand scheme of things, like, I think there's only, the more the spotlight is on a person like Destiny, the more even people who know him as like, oh, the fast-talking liberal debate guy who owns Republicans realize that maybe he's not such a good guy. And they come to that conclusion on their own. They don't need someone to like lie about who he is or whatever and actively make content about how much of a piece of shit he is by framing things he's saying in the most negative ways possible for 6 years onward. Whereas for Destiny, he has had to do that. And because my position is not exactly popular among neck-bearded incels online who dominate every single space, there is definitely a robust market for Hassan-style content amongst apolitical content creators and slop tubers alike. But even then, organically, those guys have realized maybe we shouldn't be aligned with this weirdo loser who is so toxic that he has actively harmed people in his closest orbit. Reminder that Hassan's Freak Squad has threatened to murder Destiny several times. Never happened. Never said that. I can understand why he doesn't give a he's been targeted by them for years now and has zero faith in Twitch. That's just a lie. And it's not just a lie, but it's like straight up projection.
Egregious lie.
And it's additionally funny because like I've always taken an approach of just gray rocking. That's what it's called, right? When you're dealing with narcissists. I've always taken this approach where I just like don't, you know, for years and years I did not talk about Destiny at all and I just kept doing my own thing. And in the beginning, obviously, my community was much smaller than his, and then it grew, and then he never let that go. He never let that, he never lived that down. In the process, he clearly did not take care of his own son, who is now an out-and-about Nazi. He let his own son be in his Discord, where, you know, he turned into a Nazi. I feel terrible about that, and also has done a bunch of illegal things. And every single time he does something like that, his exit ramp has always been, and this is not dissimilar to like what XUC would do back in the day, when, you know, people would yell at him about gambling. He'd be like, well, what about Hassan? And then people would be like, oh yeah, you're right, Hassan is worse. Like, that's what he does. But after the 11th time that you get like caught doing some shit all on your own, eventually, you know, the people in your fandom are obviously going to go, yeah, man, you're kind of fucked up. Isn't this just internet drama? I mean, seriously, why give these people the time of day now? I mean, this is crimes. It's not just internet drama.
When I was younger, I had a very difficult time getting a job. It was horrifying. I was going through odd jobs, working at barbershops, working at Chuck E. Cheese, working at Domino's Pizza, getting any server job I could possibly could. And my mother said that I was lazy. And I remember her saying that because I didn't have any money. She said I wasn't working hard enough. So I worked at Walmart, I worked at a factory, worked at Amazon. I just started doing everything in my possible way to get as much money as possible. Now, my mother has 3 jobs. And I looked her right in the eye. She was complaining to me, saying how difficult it was. And I said, seems like no one wants to work anymore, huh? Because she said that to me. I wanted her to roll it around in her mouth like a bitter cough drop left over from a decade of economic gaslighting, because that's what it felt like. Economic gaslighting. Gaslighting me, saying that I don't want to work anymore. I wanted her to spit that cough drop right into the floor and realize this is disgusting.
Poverty.
It feels as though back in the day that everybody loved working, right? Everybody was, oh, I can work, I can get whatever I want to, because work meant freedom. Work meant you can do whatever you want to. Because when someone says this phrase, no one wants to work anymore, what they really mean is
nobody has any money.
Wants to be exploited silently anymore. That's what they really mean. You see, they're not mourning the work ethic. They're mourning the obedience. They're lamenting the decay of a dream they sold us in a fantasy. It was always going to be sweat and spit all over. Swallow your own spit. Tie up your bootstraps. You got it. Hard work used to make you rich, and your boss was your savior. Now, hard work gets you as much money as me, who doesn't work as hard. We both work at the same job, get paid the same wage, and we both have no chance for promotion. I might get promoted because I'm more personable. You see, here goes the irony, is that people do want to work. They do. They just don't want to work for people who treat them like printer ink. I have spoken to my friends hundreds of times. They often say, if a job paid me enough, I'd be the best person. I'd be the greatest person of all time. I'd be amazing. Oh yeah, I'd be outstanding. And the reason I use printer ink as an analogy, because printer ink is cheap, it's replaceable. For some odd reason, printer ink always runs out at the worst time. Just like me. I'm always running out during a rush or something of that variety. Oh, you left during peak season. Don't care. Doesn't matter. What they really want, here's what they really want, is dignity, purpose, a livable wage, and maybe a bathroom break that doesn't come with a timer. That'd be beautiful. I could love that. Corporations don't want workers. They want widgets with debt. That's what they want. They want wage slaves. They want smiling robots who clock in early, clock out late, and apologize when the system fails them. No one wants to work. It's just shorthanded for my manipulation tactics stop working. People have done this thing, they say, oh, people are silently quitting. No, that's called walking out. They just leave. Or more so, they're not working as hard because they're getting paid the same. They're trying to find these fancy terms to say the thing. It's hilarious. It's funny. No one ever says no one wants to work when it's hedge fund managers dodging taxes, or when landlords make more money sleeping than nurses do saving lives. It's always the minimum wage worker, the barista, delivery driver, the cashier, people who literally keep society upright with caffeines and horrifying scoliosis level spines. You'll never hear politicians say, no one wants to work while staring at their own unpaid interns. The phrase only flows downward, like every other trickle of corporate shame. It's repulsive. I believe we should talk about value. Value is very important to me, because that's what it's about. If you can't afford to pay someone fairly, you can't afford an employee, right? End of discussion. You don't get to exploit people and then whine when they stop lining up to be stepped on. The system was built to reward loyalty with scraps and spin it off as opportunity. Oh, you're an unpaid intern, but this is important. But now the curtain's pulled back. And everyone's realizing that job security was just a leash with benefits. Nobody likes that. Surprise, surprise. People don't like being leashed anymore. No one likes that. Here, I remember when I first got my side hustle. It was just a hobby. It was a regular hobby. I was making bath bombs. That's what I was doing because I discovered you can make bath bombs pretty easily. That's all I was doing. I made soap with pig fat. I was just trying to figure this out. The rise of side hustles. We got online creators, freelancers, OF workers. It's not laziness. It's not avoidance. That's escape. I felt so free doing my own side hustle for a while because it's a jailbreak from the cubicle hell and customer service purgatory where we were supposed to smile more. They said, oh, just shut up and suffer. I got to tell people off. Even this job that I have right now, YouTube is a side job for me. I can tell people off here. It's nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
YouTube is a side job for me. I can I feel the same way. I cannot care about you being a piece of shit. I don't care. This is it's my career and my job. But I don't make my living off of this. And maybe I will one day, but I don't do it right now. I didn't come into this as a job. I came into it as a passion.
I can tell people off here.
I love this guy.
Very nice. I cannot care about you, and it's very beautiful. I can tell the customer to shut up. It's not that no one wants to work. It's that no one wants to work for you anymore. And maybe that terrifies the people in charge because it means they're losing their grip on the last generation who believed in retirement, pensions, and gold watches. You know, Coca-Cola is the only company that gives pensions. Look it up. Coca-Cola is the last company that gives pensions. Probably don't even know what a pension is. I don't. I just know that fact for some reason. God forbid God forbid somebody find more meaning outside of a 9 to 5. Suddenly, you're lazy, entitled, a snowflake, because you dare to dream of something other than the soul erosion and fluorescent lighting. Because you want to do what you love and maybe not have to eat cereal with water while you're doing it. That'd be great. What's wrong with wanting without meaning? Well, wanting meaning. What's wrong with wanting meaning? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with rejecting a system that never loved us back? Nothing.
Yep, nothing.
But to them, it's heresy. Oh my God, you're not just unemployed, you're disobedient.
You're a loser.
You suck. You're undisciplined. You don't have the struggle gene inside of your body. It's not existing within you. You're a piece of garbage. You can rot. You can get out. You're filthy. You don't exist. It's not healthy for your mental at all. Big problem I've discovered is that we've romanticized struggle and called it character. We've repackaged exploitation as a hustle. And now, as the workforce wises up to the injustices,
I love this guy.
Corporations pretend to be confused.
He's got a real fro. I haven't seen that in goddamn 30 years or something.
There's some great...
I used to have a friend, DB. He had a real fro like that. He had a real fro. I fucking loved him. He was one of my best friends.
Free by no one wants
We used to rap Tupac and shit together.
Work when the paycheck doesn't cover...
Bone Thugs. He was like, yo, be in a rap crew with me. And I'm like... I can't. I'm a white boy. I shouldn't be doing rap. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a white boy. I shouldn't be doing rap. I'm in a punk band currently.
For your rent, or your...
Yeah, it's reappropriation of their culture. I don't mind white rappers. I don't care that they exist. I love Marshall, and my favorite rapper is Yellow Wolf, right? But, and not because I like Yellow Wolf because he's white, but because I just think he's the best one. I think Yellow Wolf is the best one. And then right on the same level is Hobson and Tech Nine, and like all three of them to me are like the best MCs of all time. And they all share that title. And Marshall's up there too, but I don't know, like, yeah, there's like 5 people in the number one, in the Ritz. There's like 5 people in the fucking number one title for me. And so it's hard to say one's better than the other, but I don't want to be a white rapper. I didn't grow up in the hood, you know. I grew up in Platt Park, which is middle class.
Manager schedule.
But then by the time we were, I don't know, like I grew up rich in a mansion, but by the time I was 11, we had lost the money because of a recession in 96. And it's been a long time now, but you know, we just sort of lost the money, and I was in the lower class living off of like, you know, $5 a week of fucking food stamps and shit. It was insane. It sucked so bad. And we were like living with cats in a garage in my grandmother's house, and it was just terrible. And we were poor. We were in the lower class, you know. It was just, we couldn't even afford like gasoline, you know. And it was like that for like 5 years, and then my family kind of pulled themselves up by the bootstraps again. But then I faced drug addiction because of the depression over the divorce and the loss of my girlfriend and best friend and all this stuff, and it's like kind of got bad. By the time my family's life had dragged themselves out, by the time my mother had dragged herself out of the gutter, I was facing gutter drug addictions and gutter problems and losses, and so then as soon as she got it together, I lost it, and then as soon as I got it together, she lost it, and then as soon as we both got it together, my stepfather died.
Who do 6 days a week then forgets your name? It's not a mystery, it's math.
And it's terrible, and that's the Trouble Travels in Threes thing that I wrote a song about. You know what's going to happen today, and you know what's going to happen tomorrow, but you don't know what's going to happen. The trouble that travels in the third trouble. You don't know what the third trouble is going to be. So I don't know. I kind of want to see if I can get back on Rust. We'll see if the server got back up after 5 minutes, but I don't know.
It's trauma. It's millions of people realizing that burnout.
And so there was this point when I was like 27 where I attempted suicide because I was like, the system isn't going to get better. I'm not going to get the girl that I love back. I'm not going to, it's all this loser shit. Like, I have no money. I've been in the lower class. I have 2 drug addictions, 4 if you count like alcohol and cigarettes, which I don't. And it's just weird. And like, and it was just weird. And it just went on. And then I was like, for a time there, I was like, you know, a terrible meth addict, and it was just like terrible, like, you know, and it got kind of bad there for a bit, and I don't know, like, I lost my faith in humanity, I lost my faith in the system, I lost my faith in everything, I lost my faith in my best friends and my girlfriends, and just everybody. I lost my faith. I lost faith. Now I've got it back, but the only way I was able to get it back was by never speaking to any of them again, except for my family. That was it. That's how I got my faith back. Otherwise, I would have burned dead on the motherfucking streets. Right out of the fucking madhouse. I would have burned out on the streets. There was this option I had at the end of the 2 years when I left the inpatient mental health facility for being in the system, named David Place in Denver, under the auspices of Mental Health Center of Denver. There was this time as I was walking out of the place where I was like, well, here's the crossroads. I can get in the car like I'm supposed to, and I can take the prepaid plane ticket that I've got, and I can go to the West Coast, and I can fix my life, and I can live in my own fifth wheel, and I can do my life. Or I can just accept that all of that will probably just be taken by some shithead fascist or something, and that maybe my family might die of old age at best, and other things at worst, and it was worse. And just like, and I might have to suffer through that. And I was just like, I don't know, like I could just walk out the door right now, take the little bit of money I have, go on down to the fucking flop house, score some fucking crystal and like some clear, and just leave, you know, just leave life, leave my family, leave everybody, leave my friends, and just never come back. Be one of those burnt out trankers on the fucking streets. And I thought about it too. I thought about it for like a week. I got drunk. And this was bad because it was like 2 days before I was supposed to leave, but they wanted to kick me earlier because I had this empty bottle of liquor just sitting on my counter when this girl came in to check on me, you know, one of the ladies who worked there. And she was like, you have an empty bottle of vodka right there. And I was like, yes, I do. And she was like, this is an inpatient mental health facility. We're going to kick you out. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm leaving in 2 days, and I'm celebrating having a drink for the first time in 7 years. And she was like, well, I still got to kick you out. And I was like, that's fine. I'm leaving in 2 days. And she was like, maybe I could be nice about it. And I was like, yeah, I'm leaving in 2 days. Here's my plane ticket. And I was like, I'm leaving in 2 days, and I don't have, I'm out of the system. I've been out of the system since, I told her, I was like, I've been out of the system since November, and I'm only here until I can afford the plane ticket to get out of here. And I was just like, I'm sorry, you guys helped me, but I never at any, I told her, I was like, I know you think this is some kind of terrible moral quandary or problem that I violated your trust or something, but I was like, I am an adult. I am not under the auspices of the system. I am on unsupervised probation. They don't care if I drink. Like I told her, I was like, I have been in the system for 7 years. I have had five fucking probation officers, different probation officers over 7 years. And I was like, I told her, I was like, this terrible nightmare ends in 2 days, and I am celebrating it. I'm terribly sorry. I'm not letting your rules and your morality and your fascism and you pushing me around like ruin my life. I'm not letting that happen. I told her, I was like, I'm terribly sorry. It comes on down to like a thing about open will. Like I abided every rule that you had for 2 solid years. I didn't break them. I didn't do anything bad. I was a model tenant. I was fine. I left the place cleaner than I came. Like, unlike some of these other people and all this other stuff. And I left, I was there. I helped other people heal around me. I helped my friend N heal through his terrible charge that he was facing because he set his girlfriend's house on fire and all this other shit. You know, I was like, I helped my friend D, my friend, Ethiopian friend, D, like for months. I just helped him get through the shit. You know, I just talked to him about all the shit, talking about gangs and fucked up shit and shootings that he had seen and all types of shit like this and all types of gang shit that he was in. And my other friend, D, you know, he was from inner city, like, and there were times when I had met him before I'd ever seen him in the house, and we were like best friends in there, but but we knew that it was like fire and gasoline. We shouldn't be around each other. I told him, I was like, I shouldn't be around you, and he was like, it's okay, I get it. I shouldn't be around you either. And I was like, we laugh about it. Like, look, I like you, buddy. I could be your best friend. I see it right here. I told him right to his face. I was like, I fucks with you. I likes you quite a bit. He was the strongest, most tallest, most interesting black male I've ever met. I was and we had the same sort of background, same sort of bullshit. And he had the same sort of PTSD and the same sort of problems. And I was like, I like you. I think we could be best friends. But that's the problem. Like I'm this lawless, crazy, like person who's like this anarchist who doesn't believe in the government, who hates the system. I'm not likely to ever conform, you know. And I told him, I was like, I just shouldn't be around somebody like you. And he was like, me neither. I shouldn't be around you. I can see that you're gonna just draw me into something crazy. And I was like, yep, I'll draw you in. I corrupt all my friends. You know, I told him, I was like, I corrupt all my friends. I'm a terrible corrupting force. And all of my friends. For instance, all of my friends my age, and I mean all of them. I got all of them addicted to cigarettes. I'm talking all of them. All of my friends. Like nobody smoked cigarettes before me. Nobody in that Waldorf school smoked cigarettes before me. I came to that school and I already had a pack a day habit since the 8th grade. And like I came into 9th grade like shit, smoking a pack of cigarettes every single fucking day. I would just go jack them from the King Supers every day when my mom would go buy groceries and shit. And I was fully lawless by the 8th grade. I was like fully lawless. I was jacking every pack of cigarettes I smoked. I was like shoplifting every time that I wanted something. I would steal video games from the Nebraska Furniture Mart and shit like this. Catch charges and just run from them and shit like this. I ran from the security so many times. I just run faster than them. I'm younger than them and I can just run faster, you know. I was a bad kid, you know. I was like a bad kid, and I let it go. And so then I knew, and okay, you know what's bad for a bad kid? There's only one bad thing for a bad kid. All the rest of it changes as good as the rest for a bad kid. It doesn't really matter. But there's two bad things for a bad kid. There's another bad kid that's just as bad or worse than you. That's like adding gasoline on the fire, and I stay away from people like that because every time that I don't, I fucking set the world on fire. I swear to God, every time I don't stay away from somebody like that, something really, really crazy happens or something dumb. And so I've come to understand that, like, you know, like, I can't even remember all the times that's happened. Like, fucking, like, yeah, like, okay, there were times when I tripped acid with people that I really regretted because, like, opening up that door with those people was a mistake. It was a fucking mistake. It was like letting them into my soul, and it was a fucking mistake. But anyways, so whatever. It's a like, where was I going with this? It's just kind of funny, and like, and that kid, he had a major fro too. It's weird. I get along with dudes who have fros pretty well. I like, they can sense that I'm kind of like a Black Panther in my execution, and I would like my favorite rap band technically is Dead Prez, but I mean it works out to be Yellow Wolf because Yellow Wolf just made a lot more better music. I think it is, and his DJs were always better, you know. But like, you know, but I respect Dead Prez the most out of all these rappers because they're the ones with the actual fucking message and shit. And Dead Prez fucking changed me, and so now I would march through the hood with an I Ching banner. And I'm not a socialist, and I'm not a fucking anarchist. I'm sorry, I'm an anarchist, but I'm not a what do they call that? You know, I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I am a capitalist. But I would march through the fucking hood with an I Ching banner if I thought it would topple this worthless piece of shit system in government. I have no issue with it. I would do it with Black Panthers. I would help Black Panthers on a black, like, you know, it's crazy for me to say this as a streamer, but I would help Black Panthers on a black extremism tip, even if it is hypocritical or whatever, if it meant that the system got changed. I have no issue with it. Like Abby Hoffman, I would line myself up with violent Black Panthers or anybody like that. Not that Black Panthers are violent. I'm talking about more like people like Afeni Shakur, or Tupac Shakur. You know, or Huey P. Newton, or people like that, or like Malcolm X, you know, people like that, or Bob Marley, whatever.
Isn't a badge of honor; it's a warning sign. I'm not sacrificing my
it's a warning sign if you kowtow to this bullshit, if you accept it, if you work dead end jobs, if you don't do something that you love for a living like I do or whatever, or figure it out. Like I figured it out. I didn't take disability till I was 39 years old. I'm not corrupt, you know. I worked all of my life till I was 39 years old, and then the government doctor suggested I do it, so I did. You know, my parents suggested it. Like,
helping my body.
They were like, you aren't normal. You can't keep a job. You got opposition authority. No, you can't handle anybody telling you what to do. You don't look people in the eyes, but you're also extremely outward and like kind of weird and like parasocial and sort of nuts. And they're like, we can't get you to ever be quiet. And you have this motor mouth that we can't stand. And you always have something to say, so you never stop saying it. And all this other shit. And I'm like, yep. And they're like, you're autistic. You have Asperger's. You're Spurgeon. You need an Asperger's coach. You need a Asperger's doctor. And I did. I had an Asperger's doctor for 5.5 years, you know. Now I'm in a better place with it where I just embrace who I am. I don't feel shame for it. I take the help, and I warn people when I'm having a problem. When there's some kind of trigger, I tell them. I went through 7 years of trigger prevention, relapse prevention stuff, and so I warn my mother all the time what the triggers are and what will set me off. Like, for instance, like recently, I really had to self-examine how bad of a trigger I have that I can't help, which is that when I was a kid, when everything fell down to the fucking streets, what would inevitably happen afterwards was my mother would rifle through all of her stuff that she kept in storage lockers, and she would try to sell that stuff. Now, as soon as my stepfather died, she immediately went back into that fucking instinct again, except the problem is that drags me back to that place where my parents just got through a fucking divorce, and my father is left for a pack of cigarettes and has never come back, not past the day he died, and he just never came back. You know, and it was traumatic for me. And I stole a car, and I ran off with my friend Steve, and I ran out for California when I was like 14 years old, something like that. I think I was 13, 14, something like that. Way too young to drive. And I just stole a minivan. I taught myself to drive in the fucking Kroger parking lot. I got my friend Steve at school the next day, like 8:15 in the morning. I knew my mother was going through something and wasn't going to be available until the afternoon. And so I just, I like used the time that I had, and I tried to sell my N64 for gas money to make it to some truck stop to do whatever we had to, like to get to like rob somebody or rob some car or something, get some money together to get some gasoline to drive to New York. Sorry, to California, excuse me. And my friend Steve had an abusive father. I was trying to get him out of that situation. I didn't particularly like him, but I knew that if I was going to leave, I might as well take somebody who was desperate with me. And I knew somebody who really hated his parents and had no hope, and was living in the ghettos of Omaha, and had gang-related family and gang-related friends, and was facing poverty on a real level, and the only food that he got was at school, and everybody was an addict in his life, and his father beat his ass every single day, and I could see the fucking bruises, and the only thing in his life that he liked was Beavis and Butthead. And so I liked Beavis and Butthead, and he would like stay up late at night and get his ass beat by his dad so he could watch Beavis and Butthead, just like my mom would yell at me for watching Beavis and Butthead. So we had something in common, so I felt common ground. And we were also like, I was the brunette and he was the blonde kid, and we were Beavis and Butthead and personified. And then we stole a car like Beavis and Butthead, and we drove off for California like Beavis and Butthead, but like Beavis and Butthead Does America. We really did. We did the Beavis and Butthead Does America thing, where we're like, we're gonna go out to California and score chicks and surf, you know. Fuck our families who have no money, who aren't looking out for us, who don't care what happens. Fuck my mother at that time, she did care. She was a very good mother. And that was one thing she didn't fail at, was being a good mother. But also she couldn't help me with my issues. There were problems she couldn't fix. I needed a male influence. I needed somebody telling me that it was going to be okay. I needed somebody like making sure I was all right no matter what, and being my friend no matter what. And it wasn't like that. Me and her were at odds the whole fucking time. My grandparents were at odds with her. I was at odds with my grandparents, and it was just like I was at battle with fucking everybody all the fucking time. It's so dumb. So then I just, at that point, I was like, all right, let's just leave, and I left. And the only reason I bring this up is it's just like weird when I've never been the kind of motherfucker when the milk was sour to drink it. I'd rather steal a car from my fucking family and make out for California like some kind of Vokey and just end up dead tranker on the fucking streets of Skid Row than like sitting there and being stuck in a situation that I don't like, that I can't stand. You begin to understand, and after that, my mother began to understand that my surrounding, my environment must have to get better. She petted out all the cats. We had like 60 cats at the time, and I would spend most of the afternoon taking care of them. She petted out all the cats. She asked for some help from my aunt, and we moved into my aunt's basement. And for 2 years, my mother worked like a dog, just figuring out something to do. And she finally found a client, and she got off her feet, and she started renting a place, and we moved out of my aunt's house, and it got much better for a long time. But as soon as my mother got totally better and felt like she was totally like winning at life, I had a terrible drug addiction. I put her through the same exact bullshit that my father put her through. He was an alcoholic, and her brother was a drug addict. Her brother fucking shot himself with a shotgun in the face when he was 25 while they were in the house with him. And so she lost her brother to speed, to meth. He was a methamphetamine spiker. He would shoot meth, and so he got all high on meth when the family was home one day, and he shot himself in the face with a shotgun like Kurt Cobain. And so my mother hates drugs, and I don't fucking blame her. I mean, she doesn't hate drugs if they're legal, but she hates drugs that turns people into slaves, and I don't blame her. She's got more reason to hate that than most. So then I put her through it. When I took my meth addiction, that was like watching her brother kill himself again. And stories like this are very common in America. And so I fell to the streets. I just left. I tried to commit suicide. She left the next day. After I tried to commit suicide, I lived in her basement there for a time. It was just crazy, like for like a year and a half or something, 2 years, and it was just crazy. It was like at the end of it, I just committed suicide. I tried to commit suicide. I was like, fuck this. I'm stuck here in this situation. So even then, I was like, I'd rather leave this place than put up with what this place has become. Even then, when I joined the 27 Club and then failed, even then was like this rebellion thing where I'm like, I'm not going to put up with it like everybody else. I'm not going to be a stupid tool who just stays and takes it all of their fucking lives. All this abuse, all this fascism, all this bullshit, all this poverty, all this sorrow, all this death, and all this problems in the lower class, and digging myself up from the lower class and having lower class friends who couldn't afford good clothes and stuff like this. It was just, or my friend Steve getting his ass beat by his fucking dad, or all the girls that I've been with had been raped by other fucking people, like dudes who were from the lower class. It was fucked up.
No, it's not just the wages, it's the lack of humanity. It's being treated
it's
like
the lack of the humanity. There was this point in my life where I was like, I'm not doing this with you anymore. I'm not taking judgment over my drug addiction. I'm not living in a normal place. I'm not dating normal girls. I'm not working normal jobs. I'm my own boss now. I don't give a flying fuck what happens. I'll do whatever it has to do. I'm going to live on the streets. I'm going to figure out how to live on the streets without suffering or even feeling any fear. And I still don't feel fear about falling down to the streets. I've done it so much that it's about the same as living in this house feels to me. Go falling down to the streets. I've done it so long. I've been there so long, and I've done it for so long, 7 years, that falling down to the streets just does not scare me. I'm sure it'll happen again. I'm sure something bad will happen, some taxes or some problem or some fucking psycho will kill me or something. I don't know what the fuck it is. I just assume that something bad's gonna happen all the time because that's all it's been. So I just refused to I stopped feeling like that after I had to refuse the feeling like that after a while. I was also I was like the negative angry emotions and anger. It is righteous, and you should burn down these fucking courthouses and stop these fucking fascists from doing what they're doing with ICE and the Battle of Los Angeles and all these other terrible things that I fought throughout my life as a punker and as a fucking person, a leftist in the anarcho punker DIY scene. And all these things that I used to be responsible about in my community, like don't sell drugs or don't be fucked up or don't be toxic or don't do shit that harms your community or whatever. I did all that except for the weird sex part of it. I wasn't a weird sex pest like Destiny or whatever, but all the rest of it is like there. All the stealing, the drug addictions, running from the cops, hunting police, problems, Kingpin friends, Kingpin circle, Kingpin history, Kingpin problems, attempted murders, and all types of shit. All of this is the truth. I'm not making it up. Like, all of it was a nightmare. All of it. And so at that point I was like, motherfucker, the milk has turned sour and I don't want to drink it anymore. So I just went for my second suicide attempt in the madhouse. And at that point my mother was like, no, we're going to get it. We're going to make it better. We're going to just address it. We're going to make it better. We're going to get you out of this. You're not going to have to deal with these people anymore. You're not going to have a boss anymore. You don't have to have a drug addiction or be sad anymore. You can just be in a place, do what you want to do, figure out what you want to do for an art form or a hobby or a job or something like that, and chase a career and just be normal. And I was like, okay, no problem. And she was like, you got to promise me to try before you kill yourself again. And I was like, okay, no problem. And she was like, okay, I bought a fifth wheel. You're going to move into it and you're just going to try and foster yourself somehow and get better here. And I was like, okay, no problem. And she was like, I will help you. And I was like, okay, no problem. I'll stick around. I'm sorry. I hadn't caught a break in goddamn 19 years. 19 years, I didn't catch a single fucking break. I can't think of a single one. The only thing I can think of one. My friend L gave me a free car once. That's the only break I caught in 19, that and all the good friendships that I had. And one time my friends came and took me away from a bad girlfriend one time. And that was like catching a break. But other than that, it's been 3 breaks in 19 years. Other than that, it's been two tears in a fucking bucket. And I don't want to live in a bucket. I don't want to be a crab in a bucket. I don't want to do that. I don't, I don't want to squirm like a crab in a bucket. I really don't. I don't like that kind of reality. I never have. I'm weird like this guy.
been blamed for being broken.
Like, this guy's weird. You can see it. He's got rainbows and shit going on in the background, like motherfucking Electric Larryland. He's got a fro and sunglasses and shit going on. I want to put on my sunglasses. That shit sounds dope. This guy's weird, and I'm fucking weird like him. He's actually weird. Not like, oh, I'm a social media platformer and I watch other people and I pretend to be like them. He's actually weird, you know?
Fracking. The always-on culture that follows you home.
Yeah, the always-on culture. Like, you have a job, so you think about it, and now you're texting people about how much you hate your job. So then you get off your job, and you get high because you're fucking stressed out about your job. You can't go to sleep because you got high on meth or whatever it is, or weed or whatever. So then you're up till 1 or 2 in the morning, and you're just partying or whatever. You go to bed at 2, you wake up at 5:45, you get 3 hours and 45 minutes of fucking sleep, and you're always on. You're always on. Right now, you would give up the job, the paycheck, the girlfriend, and the family just to get 10 hours of solid sleep rather than being on again for another fucking 15 hours or something. You'll just throw it away. And I've lost jobs like that. I'll just quit jobs. I'll be like, no, I'll take the 15 hours of sleep and my sanity over this job. I'm going to quit right here. Bye. And I'll hang up the fucking phone. I've done that like 4 times. Sorry, no, I know it's really stressing you out that I want to quit this job. But I mean, it's like, no, I need to sleep right now. I need to sleep right now. I can't come to work right now. I'm terribly sorry. I'm just not in a state of being able to work. I just lost a girlfriend, or I just lost something, or had some fight with somebody, or whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. I can't do this right now. I can't do work right now. So you can either wait till I come back tomorrow, or I can just quit. And they're like, well, we can't just let you take time off whenever you want. And it's like, okay, well, I quit then. Fuck you, because I'm going to take my sanity and my sleep over this job. I'll find another job.
Like a ghost mode of deadlines and emails.
I've had so many jobs. I've had like 65 jobs. For somebody who's supposedly the most lazy piece of shit on the fucking planet. Like this guy said right at the beginning. He was like, I took odd jobs and stuff. I've done crazy shit. I've done all types of shit. I've worked at hotels. I've been cashiers at 10 different gas stations for over years and years of periods. I worked at clothing stores. I worked at fucking grocery stores. I worked as a taxi driver. I've flagged traffic. I've been a painter. I've helped spray paint as well as paint houses. I've been a painting contractor for a while. I've been a furniture mover. I worked at UPS there for a time. It just goes on forever. It goes on. I'm a streamer. It just goes on. It's for somebody who is the laziest piece of shit, who sits around for 14 hours a day smoking weed and playing video games. I gotta tell you, I sure did have a lot of jobs, like 65 different jobs. Some of them I still do. And for a lazy person, you know, like for instance, my family is a job. It's a full-time job. It's not a full-time job, excuse me. It is a part-time job that I do, which is like, for instance, I spent yesterday 8 hours at a garage sale because my family is a full-time job. It is an elderly person, and I am their caretaker now that my stepfather has died. So there's another fucking part-time job that I took on top of this streamer job that I'm doing 100 hours a week. But I'll be the first one to tell you, I am the laziest piece of shit in this fucking culture. I really am. I'm the laziest motherfucker here. I will actively tell you to your fucking face that I don't like physical labor, and I won't do it. I refuse. A full-blown say it to your fucking face. I don't fuck around with that. You understand? I don't like physical fucking labor. I've got a gangly, jangly body that doesn't do it well. I've never been good at sports. I'm not a fucking physical labor guy. I'm good at walking, and that's about it. I'm good at skateboarding. I'm good at balance stuff and stuff like that, and I'm good physically able to dance. I'm good at dancing and stuff like that. I am good physically, but I'm just not somebody who thinks about that or does that all the time. So I don't care about that. So a job that requires physical labor, I have zero interest in that. You'd be surprised how disheartening that can be to someone like this dude's mother or my mother or anybody around me. They're like, oh, you just won't do physical labor? Nope, I detest physical fucking labor. I watched a Wes Anderson movie once where the butler was like, I detest physical labor. I won't do it unless there's a fucking need for it, right? The butler says that, or whoever it was. I forget the character in the Royal Tenenbaums, where he's like, I detest physical labor. I just don't like it. There's plenty of fucking muggles on the planet who like doing physical fucking labor rather than doing anything else. Why the fuck should I have to do it? But you'd be surprised how much I've had to do it in my life. Fucking so annoying. So I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. I can do so many different things. I can deal drugs. I can run from the cops in an organized way. I know how to get away from them. I know the back roads and where to go. I have a systematic thing about that. I always know the back roads wherever I go. Like I'm skilled at boosting. I'm skilled at thievery. I busted in places successfully and walked away scot clean with 5-6 figures worth of shit. I've definitely like busted in places like impounds and shit like this before. I'm a renowned thief. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying it's just one of the many fucking hats that I wear. I watched this play when I was a kid about Roy Rogers, and they used to make this point about how important the modern fucking cowboy was. But if you think about it, a cowboy has to be a rancher. They have to be a trailer. They have to know trails. They have to be a cartographer. They have to be a geographer. They have to be a geologist. They have to be a hunter. They have to be a marksman. They have to be perhaps a policeman, perhaps like many different things. So we respect cowboys still. We kind of do. Like Woody from Toy Story. He still gets his role in Toy Story, even though it's a modern story with CGI and stuff. Woody is still this thing that they want the kids to look up to. And yeah, motherfucker, cowboys have nothing on me. Cowboys aren't shit. Like, motherfucker, I've been in armed robberies and shit like this. Cowboys aren't shit like me. I'm more like a motherfucking bandit, understand? I'm like a full-blown highway bandit at this point. I've been there. I've done shit like that. It's fucked up, but I have. And it's like, I've stolen cars and shit like that. I've stolen the modern horse. I've occasionally, on occasion, I've stolen the modern horse to go commit a crime. I've stolen some cars in my day, but I didn't keep them, and I didn't leave them on the side of the road and burn them or anything like that. I committed crimes with them, and then I left them right where I found them. And I've stolen like 7 cars in my lifetime. Am I proud about that? No. But did I take the car afterwards from the owner? No. The owner didn't know the car was stolen. And then, yes, that is a psychopath thing. But I mean, I'm not a sociopath, psychopath. It's just whenever I commit a crime because I'm starving and I need to do something so I continue to play video games, do drugs, and be who I actually am, I'll do whatever the fuck I have to. So then I'll learn whatever the fuck I have to do to go make that happen. So, and so cowboys have nothing on me. On top of that, speaking of cowboys, I also used to race competitively on horses when I was a child. I used to race horses competitively. I used to jump horses, I used to jump horses competitively when I was a child, and that's a skill you never lose. So on top of cowboy shit, on top of that, I feel like I could jump on a fucking horse and race across the fucking prairie. I still feel like I've got that in my thighs because I did it for 4 years when I was a child, when I was rich. So, like, on top of that, cowboys might even not be so much cowboys. Like, maybe they can't ride. I can definitely ride. I most often than not go 100 miles an hour when I get in a car. I'm actually a very skilled car driver, too. I'm like a bit of a driver guy, like Jason Statham. I love Jason Statham. I like all the movies he's ever done. Like, fuck it, whatever. Like, whatever. Also, I am definitely Ghost Ride the Whip guy. I'm definitely Ghost Rider in a way, because I've been in a ton of car crashes, and I've never broken a bone. I broke my clavicle when I wiped out on my moped, but that was the last time. That's the first and last injury, right? I mean, I've fallen off fences doing crazy like stunt shit. I stunted all of my life, and I've done stuff like broke my elbow, broke my shoulder, broke my arm. I have broken my bones being an idiot. I absolutely have, like Jackass, definitely. But it's just like at this point, he's talking about his mother when he's talking about this in this video. They gaslight us, trying to tell us that we're lazy, or that we didn't amount to anything, or that we were never going to have anything, or our generations aren't going to go anywhere, or we're not going to forward in the next generation or whatever. But the problem is that is gaslighting. It is the best it's ever been. We are the freest we have ever been. We did keep most of our responsibilities, at least the ones that we can handle keeping.
It's the gaslighting. Being
told by your family until you ask for a raise, you're just a pussy. And it's like fucking weird. What if I just don't care?
Until you ask for a raise, then suddenly you're replaceable.
You're replaceable. You could just be fired or quit or whatever.
The lie of upward mobility built on the
they believe that if you work all of your fucking life, you're going to end up upwardsly mobile middle class. Motherfucker, I did work all of my fucking life. There were periods there where I didn't work and I pursued being a WoW raider. But I mean, I knew what it was when I was doing it, and somebody else paid my rent when I was doing that, and they accepted it. They were like, I understand, I see what you're doing. You helped me out one time, I'm going to help out you. And it was like a reciprocal thing. I helped out and I took a charge for somebody one time. So they helped me and they paid my rent for a couple of years when I was a WoW, world-class WoW raider. You know, people don't usually have stories like that. Oh, bro just paid my rent for 2 years, you know? And it's not like I took advantage of him to do that. That was his idea. They were like, no, we can see that you're just going to do this on the streets, whether or not he could see, just like you can see, that I'm going to do this. Sitting in front of a video game and playing it 14 hours a day and getting high, right? You can see that no matter what happens, even if the Civil War happens in this country, I'm still going to sit here and get high and play video games. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if they take my money away and I fall down to the streets. It doesn't matter what the fuck happens. No matter what, I'm going to chase what I'm going to do. So my best friend was like, I'm going to pay your rent because I love you that much and I understand that you're just going to do this anyways. And I was like, yeah, I am. I'm just going to keep doing this. I can't stop doing this. It's like a drug addiction that doesn't kill you. And he was like, I'm glad it's not heroin. And I'm like, yeah, me too. It's meth.
Of the already exhausted.
And I use meth so I can keep playing video games for 6 days straight and talk like SQC like this all the time with like at a higher rate and have my blood up all the time so I can battle people on my video games and do my PvP and shit. And yeah, I'm basically this fucking strung out fucking, you know, like fucking twacker, fucking, you know, hashashin, you know, who smokes hash all day. And yeah, I'm a fucking freak. And so yeah, this normalcy that you promise us, this gaslighting that you do, I don't believe in it. I've never believed in it. Since I was like 15 years old, I learned from Tech9 that the way that these pieces of shit run the world is every bit of fraud as what my life has been. The way that they run this world, they don't know what's going to happen. They look at Donald Trump. They don't know what's going to happen. They don't know what's going to happen in this world any more than we do. But they act like holier than thou because they work these 9-to-5 jobs all their lives and they don't violate the law or anything or do any drugs or anything like that. That they're better than us or whatever. But it's like, nah, motherfucker, you're just a different human being who does different human being things. You're not any better or worse than me, whether because I do drugs or I sleep around a lot or anything like that, or I have a different color of skin like him or anything like that. None of that shit matters. None of that shit matters. It's about freedom and pursuit of happiness. Where did you lose the vision? It was a good vision. We lost it somewhere, but we had a good vision in this country about freedom and the pursuit of happiness. If that's dressing up like in pink and getting butt fudged or whatever, that's fine. I don't care what you do. I really don't. That's freedom and the pursuit of happiness. So like, let them get married. Who cares? Like, so this thing about like controlling everybody, fuck it. I want to watch my friend with the afro tell me not to listen to my parents because fuck them. They did gaslight us. Fuck us. Fuck them. Like, you know, my life was more Jason Statham than it was Office Space. You know, I'm terribly sorry, but that's just the reality.
No one wants.
I've had to say that to my parents quite a lot this year. That phrase, it's a reoccurring theme this year quite a lot. I'm terribly sorry. It's just the reality. It's just the reality. You might not like it. You might be screaming at me right now. I'm terribly sorry. It's just the reality. Like yesterday, I kicked the wall or something dumb when I was asleep, and it hurt my foot really bad, and it's going to hurt for like 5 days, and it's going to take weeks to heal. And so then I couldn't do the garage sale as well as I could have done. I wasn't the dutiful son I should have been yesterday. But I mean, my foot was halfway sprained, broken, and I couldn't barely walk on it. And there was all this walking that I did anyways, and all this moving that I did anyways. And so now my foot's healing and I'm feeling better. But I said it yesterday, and I've said this a bunch to my mother and everybody who cares to listen, that, you know, but it is the reality. You know, you might not like it, but it is the reality. It is the reality that I can't really walk. I can't help you, you know.
Work.
She couldn't handle it. She thought I was gaslighting and just being lazy, like I was just being some shift about lazy person, I think, or that she was just so used to that from me that I was just trying to take the common lowest denominator out of helping her with the garage sale or something. It was some scam I was trying to pull. She thought I was like faking it, but like, no, motherfucker, I can't walk on my right foot right now. I can't walk right now, like not without some pain. So, like, you know, it's just fucking, and it sucks. And the more I walked on it, when I ignored this and continued to help her anyways, and move heavy furniture on my fucking fucked up foot, the worse it got. And it's been 3 days and it still hurts like hell. So, like, I understand, like, that you need something, but also my foot's fucked up. And you'd be surprised how much their generation thinks that we're just gaslighting them. They think that that we're just lying to them, that we can't work or something like that. Motherfucker, no, I actually cannot walk. Yeah, they think that they just automatically think that you're lying, like you're just using some excuse again or something. And it's like, no, motherfucker, why would I take the time to go out of my way to use my precious oxygen, to form these words, to talk to you? What does lying about this serve me, right? So you're going to get the truth when I talk about this, right? I can't walk. I can't walk. It hurts too much, right? I mean, I don't understand. You seem to think I'm lazy and I'm gaslighting you, but I can't walk. And it comes up, even yesterday, it came up at the garage sale where, like, their generation seems to really think that nobody has a work ethic, but motherfucker, it's different. It's like either I can't work or I won't work. But at no point was it ever that I couldn't work. You know, it wasn't like that I couldn't work. It's that I can't work or I won't work. You know.
It's a hiss from the top of the pyramid.
It's a hiss from the top of the pyramid. The people that push trickle-down economics for 10 years, praising it as the next big fucking Keynesian like fix to all of our terrible recessions that happen every 50 years or whatever, right? And it's just like, oh, we don't want another Black Friday, so what do we do? And then we had the bank crisis in 2008. It just happens anyways because the gaslighting of just accusing everybody of being bad because they're a person of color, or the racism, or the laziness, or saying that they were all lazy or dumb or tranked out or whatever. It's like your judgment. You're not God. You're not God.
It's a tantrum from those who
only God can judge me. That's Tupac. It comes up a lot when I talk about surviving the streets. Tupac comes up a lot, you know, a lot.
Or whose very power depended on our exhaustion. We don't want less work. We want better work.
Like almost my favorite book of all time is The Rose That Grew from Concrete. That shit saved my soul. I was like, yeah. The poetry itself didn't really, wasn't very lasting for me. But the concept was the rose that grows from concrete. That's such a beautiful fucking cool Black Panther concept that I actually really appreciate, because no matter what our fucking color of skin is, we might need to be the roses. All of us. All 5 generations of people. After these fascists are done with us, we might need to be the roses that grow from concrete. And no, it doesn't matter what color the rose is. It's still a rose. A rose is sweet as any other color or scent or whatever it is. A rose is as sweet, right? That's Shakespeare. A rose is as sweet. I love this. It's the thing about racism. The piece of shit software developers suck dick. A rose. Oh man, I'm typing in this box and nothing's happening. What the fuck are you doing, you worthless piece of shit? The fuck are you up about? What are you on about here, piece of shit? There you go. A rose is as sweet, right? Quote is Shakespeare, I believe, right? I think. Yeah, that's Romeo and Juliet. It's the most well-known quote from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, and it's a woke statement about racism. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. And it is a thing about racism and mankind. We're all the same color of roses. I said we're all different colors of the same rose. I said it incorrectly, excuse me. We're all different colors of the same rose, and this fucking right-wing fascist fucking racism can suck a fucking dick.
Safer, kinder, more human. And that's too much to ask. Maybe the problem isn't with the workers.
It's with you. It's with you. I mean, the problem might be with you. If it's too much to ask for me to find my own way, like I know that it was okay for my mother to find her own way in the world or whatever, but it wasn't okay for me because I didn't have any money, so I needed to stay home or whatever. And I didn't do that. But that was their generation's attitude: is you guys don't have any money, so you should stay home. And it's like, no, motherfucker, I'm going out there. And then it got flipped around where they were like, now all the boomers won't leave home. They're all like neckbeards living in their mother's basement and all this. And then they started shaming it. But it was your idea, you know, it was your idea to make the world like this where nobody can make any money. So it's so poor all the time that we need to live in our parents' homes or whatever. Nobody can own a house. Nobody can buy a house like I did, you know.
Those around the workers, maybe it's that. So no, Susan, no.
This conversation is dangerously close to socialism, and and I dislike that aspect of it. And I wonder if he's aware of it, but he is pushing sort of a Black Panther socialist, I Ching thing that I'm not sure he's actually that. I believe he's too ignorant of these subjects to be waxing intellectual in the manner that he is. Because, you know, these subjects are worthy of a college professor's intellect, and he has that, but the problem is he doesn't have the background, and he's waxing intellectual about no one wants to work, and that's actually dangerously close to trying to justify socialism, and it's not too good.
Bezos? No, Mark.
And I'm sorry, but it does come across. So he uses quotes like that involve Mark Zuckerberg that no true socialist professor would ever do. They might quote something about Elon Musk or whatever, but they're gonna try and avoid talking about. Oh, my fog of war went away. Wow. They're going to try and avoid talking about contemporary figures when they talk about stuff like economics or socialism or anything like this. If they're going to talk about socialism, they're probably more likely going to talk about I Ching or Soviet socialism or communism or Karl Marx or something like that. They're not likely to quote Mark Zuckerberg. That's something somebody who's ignorant of socialism might do. And so I wonder if he knows how close he's stepping on that socialist button that might anger the right wing at him.
No, big CEO. It's not that we know.
Because if you come at this ignorant, you will anger them. You can do this stuff. You can talk about this stuff. It doesn't bother them. But when you do it ignorantly, they begin to hate you. And it sucks. And I swear to God, Mark Zuckerberg has no place in a fucking argument about socialism. He doesn't.
Is that we're no longer willing to die for $7.25 an hour, right? You know that's the minimum wage and the federal minimum wage. I think it's either $8.10 or $7.25. It's nothing. It's nuts. It's crazy. Yeah. I'm being screamed at by customers, ignored by managers, and told that pizza parties count as benefits. This is your benefit, the pizza party, right? It's what it is. That's disgusting. It's really gross. Yeah, you know what my biggest fear is going to happen is that we're all going to wise up and realize that we don't want to work for nothing.
Yeah, it's all a lie.
One day, we're going to clock in, and then the next day is going to be some ClerkBot 7000 or something of that variety. There's a lot of self-checkouts and things of that variety. I don't even need people as the subsidy of what it is. I was watching a Walmart bot stock and do Cap 2 stuff. Cap 2 is the people that stock off the pallets that are usually out at Walmart at night. I was watching a bot do that. It's they're really saying they don't need us anymore. The same corporations that couldn't be bothered to give us a mental health day are now throwing billions at language models that can write poems.
Yeah, they're going to replace the workforce. If we don't want to work, they'll just let us starve to death. They have to. They want us to work. They want us to be slaves. They need slaves. My mother, she needs a slave. She absolutely does. Like my stepfather and I used to joke about it, but it's actually a really cruel joke that I wish we hadn't made that I can't unjoke about now, but I do think about it now a lot. My mother could use a full-blown, full-time slave. She has that much work to maintain her household. That's how much work it is to maintain, especially when my stepfather was alive. There's all the paperwork, all the doctor's appointments, all the phone calls, all the insurance, all the taxes, all the food, all the voting, all the water, all the grocery shopping. And I'll say it for her. I don't say it against her. I say it for her. She could use a full-time, like economically paid for serf or slave, or whatever you call it. Like, so I don't know. I would have to be a serf or slave because we don't have any money. So it's like she needs like a bot. She needs a bot that does all of this stuff for her, like that game Detroit Beyond Human. And yeah, and I think all the time that like if they can't make us do it, they'll make robots do it. That's how bad these people need like labor force to continue their privileged lives. And we talk about the baby boomers being extremely fucking entitled to this stuff. And this is why they think all of this is normal, but no, it's actually not really normal to have enough work to maintain a household that would take a slave on top of the family's entire focus. That's actually not really normal. It means that middlemen have made it too hard. There's not enough money to go around. We can't get good help. It's like poverty is actually the problem here. But they think it's that nobody wants to work. But it's actually just poverty. If you could pay somebody $4 for like 5 hours of labor an hour or something like that, you know, like a teenager, $5, right? If you could pay a teenager $5 an hour, right, and they're like, oh, I can buy my video game or whatever if I just go help blah blah. Shuffle leaves or whatever. If you could go get labor like that without some middleman, without some labor force, or without some cell phone or something like that, it would be a much better world. And we conducted business like that in humanity, all of humanity's history until the internet. When the internet started, we just stopped using other people to make our lives easier. Not using, but you know, we stopped using lorries and car drivers and stuff like this. We stopped using as many taxi drivers. We used to have people that we would use, that we would pay a living wage to make sure that things were easy, you know.
We're screaming at Indeed.com.
Now we expect the robots to do it, and maybe the robots can do it, but the AI that I've seen doesn't seem competent enough. You know,
get a job, and by all means, I know people that have submitted thousands of job things and gotten nothing. We're not machines. We're not meant to be optimized. We crack jokes that don't land. We mispronounce things. I've messed up on this video and stumbled over some words. I have breakdowns on Tuesdays. That's my breakdown day. Taco Tuesday, breakdown day. So to point that out, that's my day. Nobody gets that. I laugh too loud in break rooms. I do.
Yeah, I do. I laugh too loud in break rooms. Fucking, I'm that social guy who talks at the top of my fucking voice because I want everybody in the fucking room and all the rooms around me to fucking hear me when I speak. I'm not too good about the, hey, you want to talk over outside or whisper or something like that. Yeah, I don't talk like that. What the fuck do you want? Sorry.
Joking too much and I get in trouble. And that happens. It's real.
Secrets are no fun. Secrets hurt someone.
They want AI to replace us because we're inconvenient. Because we need health insurance and breaks and days to grieve. You know what AI doesn't do? AI doesn't cry when his grandma dies. It doesn't ask for a raise. It doesn't dream of something better. And that's what terrifies them most about us, is that we dream. Even when something tells us to stop, we still dream. We're
like, nope, I'm going to aspire for something better.
Technophobia. I know there's a techno-utopia coming, but I have this deep technophobia for the fear of this going to happen. Because it's being built on our backs. Most of us are just trying to make rent without selling a kidney or our entire soul to whatever it is. It's paycheck to paycheck, and paycheck to paycheck is not a lifestyle.
No, it's
a hostage situation.
It's loss.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it's like
groceries are a luxury. I've seen so many articles called groceries a luxury. Gas prices make me debate whether I should.
Groceries are a luxury.
A bike. I bought a bike to get to work one time, and my legs felt better. It was great, but after a 12-hour shift,
riding home on the bike, it fucking
sucks. Riding my bike home to get 4 hours
torture.
of sleep and wake up and do the same thing the next day.
Torture.
I was riding my body into the ground. I really was. Every time I open my bank app, it's like
I've done that a lot.
Signs. My breath is shallow.
Like I remember, my breath is shallow definitely because I smoked for 17 or 9. It was 29 years or 26 years, something. I forget it. Yeah, from the age of 13 till I was 39. What is that? That's a lot. It's like 26 years, something like that. I like compound bow because the draw is fast. Very good. So, what am I doing? It is 6:15 p.m., which sucks. I'm going to go get some water before I can't walk anymore. My pumpkins are getting towards their final generation here, I think. Are we ripe? We are ripe, 2%. The yield is like 2, so I might get 1 pumpkin each. I should do a generation, I guess. Is it ripe? Yeah, they're ripe. They've been ripe for just a minute here. So maybe we let it go for another bit. No, I'm going to do it now. Harvest all. Clone all. I like the slow ones because they're creepy. They like come sliding up. And you're like, are you a player? Okay, we got 9 pumpkins off that, which is good. We're going to use them. I'm going to harvest. No, I'm going to clone these out, actually. Or no, I'm going to harvest. Just harvest. 4 pumpkins, not bad. I'll take the extras. Yeah. And I'll double clone, and I'll just throw all of these. Like, I'll get clones. Is the water good? Not really, but it's got enough, you know? It rains a lot on this server. Okay.
Low, and I pray there's enough. to make it until Friday. I pray there is. I know a lot of people will ask at this point, "Well, don't you make money from YouTube? Set aside that." This is going to be stupidly moral. When I was homeless, this is just a side tangent. When I was homeless, I had promised that if I ever made it big on the online spectrum, I would help out the homeless people that helped me. I have been housing like 5 homeless people that made my life a lot easier when I was homeless, like, was it 10 years ago? I'm about to be 29. 10 years ago. They made my life a lot easier 10 years ago. So I've been giving them my YouTube money every week. It's like just making sure they have a place to stay, and I've been trying to help them get jobs. That's what I've been trying to do.
I want to reach that point. That's why I did this. I was like, I want to help everybody that I know who has a problem. I could be such a good Mr. Beast, because his whole thing was like, I've got to make it entertaining so I can be successful. My whole thing is like, how can I save everybody? How can I save everybody? Everybody's got a problem. I want to solve them all.
I don't document that because I'm not going to.
It's like a Jesus Christ pose psychosis. It's like Jesus-sosis. I have to go save all of humanity.
Or get them talk.
I mean, the lazy drug dealer, crazy person, asshole, right? Wants to go save all of humanity. But I've never made $1, so I can't help anybody.
Than people on the street, because I don't want them to develop a fan base of people to stalk them or mess with them. That'd be bad. But that's what I've been doing with my YouTube money. That's primarily all my YouTube money goes to that, and my Amazon money goes to my bills and all this other stuff, and my car payments and stuff of that variety. Well, I have a car payment. I have insurance. But I pay for my car in full. I use Carvana. That's not an ad. I just use Carvana. That's what happened there. That's a little side tangent. Just want to bring that up right there. Just want to tell you what I use my YouTube money for and my Instagram money. I don't get paid much from Instagram either, nor Facebook, nor TikTok. I don't get paid much besides YouTube, honestly. That's pretty much the one that pays me any decent living wages. That's about it. I think the new American dream is making a crypto coin and actually having it be successful so you can have enough money to wait out the robot apocalypse that's coming. It's disgusting. It's nuts. What's happening is that we're retraining the tech. We're automating that too. They're retraining tech with other tech, and it's disgusting. It's what do you do after that if you can't work a regular job? If they don't need cashiers and clerks, well, you got to become content. You got to become an influencer, become a brand. If your labor can't be sold, your soul will be. That's what's gonna happen. Capitalism doesn't care if you're dancing on TikTok or assembling engine parts. It just needs you monetized or gone. That's really what it is. And it sucks because when you see that your regular job is being replaced by machines, every policy, every corporate update, every soulless product launch is dressed up in a language of innovation and inclusivity, while thousands are laid off in silence. And now you have to do the thing you don't want to do. You got to become the outrage. You got to speak up about it. And then when you speak up about it, you realize you get money from outrage. And so you become a content creator just to make money, and it becomes this loop.
Make money? That's not why I started this.
Because we get too tired, we drown. Because we've seen what happens to those who scream too early. They're called paranoid, anti-tech, resistant to change. But the truth of the matter is, we're not anti-progress. We just know what real progress looks like. It doesn't replace a mother with a chatbot. It doesn't do that. It doesn't set up some nonsense in Cocomelon in front of make an iPad kid. What happens when the only thing we have left is our creativity, our humanity is our spontaneity? What if that gets turned into training data? Our poems become prompts, our voices get cloned, our faces become deepfakes and commercials for sneakers that we can't afford. You think you're safe because your job is emotional, creative, or unique? You're not. Give it a year. There's already an AI trying to paint your joy better than you. And it's probably sponsored because it's ad-friendly and safe. This is...
I don't care.
Bad.
I don't care.
I'd always imagine that the downfall of humanity... This is when I was younger. I imagine the downfall of humanity would be by some crazy scientist in a lab with beakers and saying, I finally done it. No, they're just CEOs. That's it. They're sipping oat milk lattes, convincing themselves they're saving the world. That's what they're doing. They say this is for convenience, for productivity. But whose convenience? Whose productivity? Whose? Yours? Because it isn't for the janitor. It's now replaced by some vacuum with Wi-Fi. That's what it is. All this is happening while people are breaking quietly and tragically. But it's elegant too. People are losing their grip in retail aisles, in customer service chat boxes. That's what's happening. smiling while crumbling inside because there's no space left to be human in a system that rewards efficiency over empathy. We have nothing. We just keep going because we have to, because crying won't pay the bills, and fighting feels like punching fog. You're not hitting anything. I think somewhere deep down the flame is still alive. You see it in the side projects, the late night songs, the small businesses started in basements, people creating not for the algorithm but for each other, for meaning, for rebellion. And that's what will save us, if anything can. The refusal to be turned into data, the choice to be alive in a world trying to make us predictable. We're not obsolete. We're not inefficient. We're just inconvenient to a system that fears what it can't control. But inconvenience is where beauty lives. It's what it is. It's where revolution breathes. And if we can hold on to that just long enough to remember we are more than what they want to replace, we'll outlast the machine. I promise we will. Another thing that agitates me is that they keep saying that we're lazy. That the generation now is just lazy. I think we're just more disillusioned. The spell broke. This big spell. The illusion of mediocrity. You know what I mean? It's stupid. When Dollar Tree increased its price to $1.25, we all realized something was wrong. And I think we all collectively were like, this is wrong. What were we told? We were told, go to college, get a job, you'll be safe.
Wake up, you need to make money.
I'm not safe. Got student debt.
Yup.
Unpaid internships. I got job listings asking me for 10 years of experience for an entry-level position. That's it. And yet the older generation stand confused, clutching their pearls, wondering why we're not smiling as we drown. We've seen the other side. That's the thing. We've seen what working yourself to death looks like. We saw our parents age a decade in 2 years, grind their joints in the dust, and die before retirement, even kiss their fingertips. We watched the ones who did everything right still get laid off when the economy hiccups. So no, I'm not inspired by your story of loyalty to a company that gave you a cake after 30 years of servitude and a pink slip at the Christmas party. That's not inspiring, that's tragic.
Yeah. That's not how human teams work.
The surveillance state of modern
human teams, they're supposed to like cycle out lots of people all the time, and those people come in and they kick ass, and then their lives change and they move on and stuff. Not this whole, oh, you worked somewhere for 30 years and then you died. No wonder you're an alcoholic.
Employment. Clocking in isn't just a start time anymore.
Nope.
It's a deep eye watcher. Your keystrokes are tracked. Your breaks are timed. The camera's watching. Emails monitored. Every job now comes with this invisible collar and a quiet voice whispering, "You're not doing enough. You can't post that on social media. You're making the company look bad." Even when you're doing everything, there's no humanity left in the system. Just quotas and the looming threat of replacement by something bigger. Because we're not workers anymore. We're data. We're meat and ergonomic chairs. That's what it is. When I was younger, I was told to be grateful for the opportunity, for the exposure, for the experience, grateful for the chance to burn out at 27 instead of 35, grateful for being paid in pizza, or my rent skyrockets and my grocery just is saying, "Oh, you can't afford both bread and butter this week, gotta choose one." It's a dark comedy to it all. How they demand gratitude from the same people they're bleeding dry. It's odd.
Yeah.
It's like asking the tree you're chopping down to thank you for the sunlight. Doesn't make any sense. It's dumb. It's dumb. You ever see gig work? I don't know if you've seen gig work. It's the flexibility of be your own boss. You know what it means? It means you get no health care, no protection, no consistency.
There you go.
You drive until your kidneys beg for mercy. That's what it is. You deliver food you can't afford to eat. Smile while the algorithm decides if you get paid today. It's the illusion of control. That's what it is. And when you become your own boss, you sometimes realize you're a bad employee. That's what happens. And you're listening to a podcast explain your suffering, saying, "Oh, you got to monetize it, bro. You got to do that." And we can talk about... Let's talk about how mental health fits in all this, because the same people yelling no one wants to work are also confused about why depression and anxiety are so high. We are biologically not meant to wake up every day and brace for battle just to afford survival. Work used to be a part of a life. Now for many, it's the whole damn thing. It's a parasite that follows you home, crawls into your bed, and sets your alarm for 6:30 and saying, you're still behind. You know you're still behind. You're still behind. They keep calling it entitlement when people want boundaries, want joy, want to live, not to exist between paychecks. They act like you're ungrateful for not wanting to destroy your entire world for a discount on expired granola bars. They mock dreamers. I also mocked my entire childhood for wanting more than just this. That's it. Escaping the grind. What they're really doing is projecting their regrets, their inability to escape, their phones too far worn down to run anymore, so they scream at the runners from the sidelines, get back in line. That's what they do. There's also the unspoken belief that work is the only valid identity. You're not a person, you're a profession. You're what you do. Yes, what you are. What do you do? At parties, what do you do for work? What's your LinkedIn profile say? What's this? What's going on? What's happening there? Oh, you're not contributing? If you rest, you're falling behind. Oh my God, can someone just exist? Be, sit, heal, create. None of that pays dividends to shareholders. It's just here, so it doesn't matter. But it does matter. It always has. You ruined it. There's no art. When people say no one wants to work, what they mean is, why aren't you producing something I can monetize? Artists aren't seen as workers. That's why AI targeted art first. You've always been curious why AI art was the first to go? Because artists need to work. They're viewed as selfish, lazy, indulgent, and until their work makes millions, and then suddenly they were visionaries. They stood up against everything. The road is vision. The road is vision. The road forward is vision. That's what it is. Passion is exploited by platforms and fans who consume without care. You don't care. Creating is work. It's emotional, it's brutal, it's real. But since it doesn't feed the medicine of the machine, it doesn't do that, it's dismissed. It's gross. I hate it. People want to work. We're not lazy. We're awake. Woke. We're woke. To a system that benefits from us, never questioning it. We're awake to the fact that capitalism runs best on broken spirits and quiet desperation. But we're not quiet anymore.
My body is gone.
We're weird. We're tired. We're building new
It like
lives.
glitched.
And that means fewer of us lining up for a life of beige cubicles. It sucks. It's not because no one wants to work. It's because the work required to make work worth it is not worth doing for the big CEOs of the corporations. I know you want to work. I know you've probably dreamed of having 2 vacations a year and coming home to a little boy or a little girl, or maybe even just a cat or a dog or what that is glad to have you there. Maybe you dreamed of Disney World. Maybe you saw your parents grow up and say, wow, my dad goes to work, comes back, and he looks so happy, dinner every night, this is amazing, I can afford it. My mom stays home, but this is great. Maybe you dreamed of that nuclear family. Maybe that was once your dream. Maybe you realize that's stupid. Maybe you wanted more than that. Maybe you're a woman who wanted to be the breadwinner. Maybe you crave bread. Maybe you are bread. Maybe you are yeast, not infection. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I just know that I'm sick of this drudgery. I'm sick of acting like I'm lazy when I'm not. I'm not lazy at all. I'm here. And I always will be. I'm here. So please, remember.
This one was good.
But we need there to be a lottery where like 1 out of every 1,000 people gets an injection that costs. But we need there to be a lottery where like 1 out of every 1,000 people gets an injection that causes them to live to be 200 years old. Some of them are going to be members of Congress. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I want
so
them to
it's
be like, oh fuck, I have to live with the consequences of my actions. There's no piecing out. You're listening to Hysteria, the podcast for people that have to watch the rest of the Hunting Wives horrible.
Speed it up. You are
Sorry.
behind. I am never the one who is ahead on these things.
I get like 1 hour to myself a day, and it is between 8 and 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's not prime Hunting Wives watching time.
No, and it's like, that's the time that my husband and I have to hang out, because like the kids are in bed, and it's right before I have to go to bed, because the little one wakes up at like 5:30. So if I don't go to bed by like 9, or if I don't start like initiating
The
power
wind down,
sequence,
your personal wind down.
yes, then I'm gonna be hurting the next day. And he doesn't like Hunting Wives. I was watching it, and he was like, "What's this about?" And I'm like, "Well,
It's perfect.
it's fucking bonkers." And he was like, "This is bad." And I was like, "Well, I don't need your commentary, sir."
All I can tell you, it's about murder and there's not that much blood. It's my kind of show.
There's a lot of boobies.
There's a lot of boobies, but they're all pretty ladies.
Yeah, I was like, well, because we were, talking about it now, and we're gonna be talking about it more in the future.
Yeah.
I have to finish watching the show, and I was bringing it up to one of my coworkers, like, maybe after I'm done recording, I'm gonna watch The Hunting Wives, and they were like, you shouldn't watch that at work.
No. Oh, it's just more enjoyable on your sofa, slouched down,
working remotely from my sofa,
cuddled up,
just appreciating the wig work, appreciating the nudity, not being in a professional environment, unlike the next subject of a story that we are going to do a quick update on. Oklahoma Gooner,
that
AKA, AKA Ryan Walters, AKA the Oklahoma State Superintendent of Public Instruction, who was caught allegedly playing pornography on a TV in front of several teachers last month, and then accused all of the people who say they saw pornography of conspiring against him with the aid of the governor.
It's always a conspiracy.
Oklahoma, once again, having an extremely normal one. The governor of Oklahoma, also like a far-right Republican.
I know.
Far-right Republican. So an investigation looking into what happened during that meeting has begun. Oklahoma House Speaker Republican Kyle, of course his name is fucking Kyle Hilbert, has a suggestion. Was this just an oopsie? Like, he's not he wasn't at the meeting. This guy was not at the meeting. He is not like doing the investigation as far as I know. He's just like a guy like posting like fan theories. He believes that the pornographic video came from Samsung's free streaming service, which automatically launched. The movie playing at the time of the meeting was the 1985 Jackie Chan film The Protector, and it does have a full frontal nudity scene that matches the description of what was seen in the meeting, according to Hilbert. So this is like a fan theory presented by the Speaker of the Oklahoma House of Representatives. So these findings, or this suggestion, has not ended the probe. Alyssa, do you buy this excuse that a disinterested third party came up with?
Just telling you, Aaron, I watched all of Hunting Wives, which is full of soft porn, and I weirdly have not gotten any porn ads popping up on my camera.
There's the loop, finally.
Have you ever turned on your TV and just had a channel like launch?
Never.
Like that, like
ever. It doesn't work that way. Not on my regular TV with cable that has Apple TV, not on the Samsung TV that's right over my shoulder. These things have never happened. And let's be clear, I'm not a technological savant, okay? If it were to happen to someone, it would happen to me. And it has never happened.
Well, and like what's also weird is the fact that the story has changed so much. Like Ryan Walters could have been like, oh my God, I don't know why that's on there. I just turned it on. Like, it must have launched accidentally. I am so sorry. Oh my God.
Oops, I clicked something.
Yeah, like, instead he denied it. He said nobody saw anything, and he said that there was a conspiracy involving the governor and the state, like, board of education. Like, I don't buy it. Like, that would have been a nice little excuse if it would have been the first excuse, and if Ryan Walters had come up with it instead of some other guy.
They're like forum shopping at like possible scenarios here. These are trial balloons being floated.
Why do we live in a time when Republicans keep getting caught doing bad things? And like they'll offer excuses like, oh, the dog ate my homework. And we're like, but you don't have a dog. And then they get a second chance to offer another excuse.
It's like the streaming service was possessed by the devil. Siri took over. Because she's a woman, she did this to me, and I am a crime.
Siri Siri's in on it. Siri's in on it.
Aaron, mark our
Governor
words. She's up next. Siri's gonna be on the chopping block next. This is gonna be Siri's fault.
We should start a campaign to get Ryan Walters to throw Siri in prison.
It's Siri's fault. She has to do time.
Lock her up.
Lock her up.
I mean, she did this. This is her. Walters, just a fun little question before we move on to the next story. Walters wants Bibles in every classroom. There is a lot of nudity in the Bible, so that kind of tracks. You know, there's some like dad raping scenes, and there's like tons of gross. It's true. The Bible's a gross book. But if you could put a book in every classroom, what would you choose?
Nancy drew the clue in the crumbling wall.
Oh, the places you'll go.
Because people should be problem solvers, okay? And that's what Nancy Drew was.
That's true. Nancy Drew is a problem solver.
She wasn't an excuse maker.
She wasn't an excuse maker, but she did kind of. I read
Dr.
Seuss
Seuss.
when I was a kid that I kind of went Druin on. Like, I think everything is a mystery. I desperately wanted to solve conspiracies.
So I still have my Nancy Drew books. I love them.
Wow.
I read them. Yeah. We should start a Nancy Drew book club. Let's put a pin in that.
Okay.
The book I would put in every classroom is Where the Sidewalk Ends by Shel Silverstein.
Oh, great book.
Yeah, Where the Sidewalk Ends.
Yes. Also Shel Silverstein back in the day.
Shel Silverstein.
Get it.
Yep.
The next story. Let's talk a little bit about school choice, a sanitized way of describing something very bad. Alyssa, do you want to take it away?
Aaron, Arizona is the center for school choice in America. The state allowed the first charter schools in the country in the early 90s and created some of the earliest voucher programs. These systems privately run schools to use taxpayer money without being held to the same standards as public schools. Last week, the Washington Post published a feature on how these programs are straining the state's budget and failing public schools. So currently in Arizona, tax money for homeschooling and private school vouchers are available to all families regardless of income. So Aaron, if you're making $500,000 a year, you can still get these vouchers. Why? Don't know, but nearly 150,000 vouchers across 2 different programs were granted in 2024, and more than 232,000 students attended charter schools. Public schools are now bearing the consequences. This year, the voucher program is anticipated to top $1 billion in funding, paying families who could afford to send
Seems
their
cheap.
children to private schools regardless of vouchers, and draining money that should be going to private schools. In the Phoenix area alone, at least 20 schools across several districts have shuttered due to enrollment drops. Phoenix continues to be unparalleled as America's foremost drainer of resources.
Yeah, I wrote that joke. City shouldn't exist. I'm saying it.
Yes, I mean, it is.
It shouldn't be there.
But Aaron, here's like what I don't get about Republicans and vouchers, because it makes no sense to me. So these are unregulated. You come up with your own curriculum to choose your own fucking adventure, right? But these are the people who are obsessed with micromanaging curriculum, that are censoring books in schools. So it's like, it just doesn't, the math doesn't math for me. Like, yes, on the one hand, maybe they get some very, very intense religious schools that are benefiting from this, but what's to prevent me from starting my own school, or homeschooling, and teaching things like real history?
Alyssa, that gives me an incredible idea. Let's start a school in Arizona. Let's go to Arizona and start a school.
Also, it's like, I know, like the University of Phoenix, like it just feels like everything, their whole education system is this weird, like pay to play. And
I think University of Phoenix is it just took a city that wasn't already affiliated with the name.
No, I know. It's just funny that it's like a scam.
I've got to say, like, with respect, I know some wonderful people in Phoenix.
Me too.
Great. The city shouldn't exist. It is like a wood tick. It is like a wood tick on the barren forearm of America. No, we don't need to have a city there. It doesn't exist.
My friend who lives there has 4 kids that she adopted. She has been through it in the entire school system. It is such a fucking mess.
It's a fucking mess. It's also like, it's part of the whole right-wing plan to privatize education. Like anything that they can't privatize and suck the life out of.
Yeah.
And then discard it, and then move on to the next thing. Like right now, they've done it to health care. They're doing it to veterinary care. They're doing it to
vampires,
child care, like literal, like early childhood education.
Yeah.
they're trying to suck the life out of public schools, and public schooling existing is a problem for people that want to profiteer off of schools, right? And it really, it also kind of ties into this, not to like beat my feminist drum all the time, but like teaching is a profession that is something like 80% female.
Yeah.
Especially in the early grades, it's even.
I trust women with kids a lot more than dudes.
Percentage of women who are teachers, and I feel like attacks on teachers are attacks on women. And a lot of times women go into teaching because it was a way for them to balance having a family and working a job, and like they were passionate about their children, they're passionate about other people's children, they're able to like have a family, have some time to be with their kids when their kids are not in school, and then also when their kids are in school, they're teaching school. Like, I think it also like it devalues the work of teaching too. Like any dumbass can do. No,
being like we can do it.
No, it's like I'm from a family of teachers. It is fucking hard. Like
right.
it is.
They're like, we read a book and we're gonna teach you about that book today, and that's it.
Yeah, or like we're gonna show you like a Prager University produced video, and like I'm gonna sit here and like click the button on the remote control and hopefully not launch some porn accidentally. You know, it's like it's a devaluation of like feminized labor, which is like teaching and raising and fostering children, and it is like a privatization move aimed at one of the last like public institutions that is like reliable and good in a lot of parts of the country. Not everywhere, but in a lot of parts of the country. Yeah, it's a fucking disaster. Man, there's a lot that needs to be unfucked in this country.
I love Hysteria.
Oh boy. Hysteria is brought to you by Quince. Summer winds down. I'm all about refreshing my wardrobe with staple pieces for the season ahead. You know what, Alyssa? I live in what? In my part of the country, the hottest months are September, October. They're like absolutely like standing next to an open oven. There's like always a couple weeks in there where it's just like all the air conditioners are like peace, and at about 4 p.m. everyone just has to like lie down in their house with all the curtains drawn. It is a time of year though where sometimes in the night it'll get cool, and in the day it will get really hot. So I need like layers. I need layers. Yes. I need layers in light colors. I need layers in light fabrics. I need layers that I can go into the washing machine and not worry about ruining. And that's why I love Quince. Think chic cashmere and cotton sweaters starting at $40. A cotton sweater, love a cotton sweater.
I see, and by me, we start getting a little chilly, a little crisp the end of September. So I'm looking at some new colors for the Mongolian cashmere crew neck.
Ooh, such a pretty decent clothing.
And it washes up so nice.
It washes up so nice. And sweaters start at just $40. They have washable silk tops. I love a silk top. Denim pants, timeless styles you'll keep coming back to. Best part, everything with Quince is half the cost of similar brands. So you can literally, re-up a weekend wardrobe. You do a weekend wardrobe with us. You have like all the layers.
Oh god, I caught bites. Oh.
Like, ready to go.
You are covered.
Where do they all come from? No.
Cutting out the middlemen, Quince gives you luxury without the markup. And Quince only works with factories that use safe, ethical, and responsible manufacturing practices and premium fabrics.
Damn, they are out today. I aggroed like 200 zombies or something.
Oh, you know what? I actually like the Bella Stretch Relax Straight jean. I have a horrible time finding jeans. I love these. They're like, sometimes you just like look at the jeans in your closet and you're like, I don't know, am I gonna get those on today? But for some reason, no matter what's going on with my body, they always fit, and I appreciate that. And also, they wash up very nicely.
I am a sucker for cute kids clothes, but because I've got 2 girls, the little one basically just wears all the bigger ones.
Yeah.
Like I just I'm constantly like hauling tubs. I cannot resist a cute baby outfit. I cannot. And like Quince has allowed me to indulge that a little bit. Like a cashmere sweater for a 1-year-old. Like you can get a cashmere sweater for a 1-year-old. Like a little button down thing.
Adorable.
To pop on over a dress, and it's like.
And if they barf on it, you can wash it.
If they barf on it, you can wash it. It costs a reasonable amount of money. Like not an amount of money where I'm like, she's not gonna be able to wear this in 3 weeks.
Right. It's only for nice.
Exactly, but it's like, with I'm like already thinking ahead to the holidays, and it's like I want like a little sweater for her to wear over like her Christmas dress with pictures, and Quince has like really cute kids clothes too. So if you haven't checked that out, if you want to get your kids something like nice, cute, versatile, washable, affordable, definitely check out Quince. Elevate your fall wardrobe essentials with Quince. Go to quince.com/hysteriapod for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/hysteriapod to get free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/hysteriapod.
Hysteria is brought to you by Naked Wines. Erin, ever walk into a store and have no idea what wine to get?
No, but that's why.
And 99.
And another thing, local governments are already having to make plans for cuts from the Big Beautiful Bill, aka Big Beautiful Law, aka BBL. And healthcare is on the chopping block. For example, here in LA, the county is projected to lose at least $714 million over 3 years, mostly from Medicaid cuts. I feel like we're gonna have to repeal Prop 13 pretty soon. That's a California. Prop 13 can't just simply cannot. Anyway, LA County CEO Fezia Davenport said the county will likely have to make thousands of layoffs and possibly even close 4 of the public hospitals as a last resort. These consequences will be felt by everyone, not just Medicaid recipients.
Okay, there's 20 hours in the TC, which isn't much, but it, you know, I got a lot of levels today, and I've been playing Rust for a long time. 6 hours. I think I'm gonna play a different game. Let's see if this base lasts. I kind of doubt it, but you know, it was fun to build it, and I'll build another one if they take it. I don't care.
If you show up at an ER with an emergency, they have to provide you health care, and if you can't pay, then
Gotta
you
pee.
know what? Too bad. They have to.
Did you see the story that the Pit is actually going to be following the television show? The Pit will be following the Big Beautiful Bill and will be incorporating the consequences of the Big Beautiful Bill into the new season.
Oh, good. I feel like I feel like The Pit is a show that a lot of people watch to pretend reality isn't happening all around them, and you know, it's an immersive medical drama that like allows you to ignore politics. So I feel like that might be. I think it'll be a welcome wake up call.
They're taking on the Big Beautiful Bill.
They got to. But this isn't just happening in LA. It's everywhere, especially in rural areas. A study from the Sheps Center for Health Service Research shows that 35 rural hospitals in Kentucky alone are at risk of closing due to Medicaid cuts more than any other state. Well, it's a good thing. Everyone in Kentucky is in great health. So,
thank God.
Especially in rural areas. Everybody's doing great. Good physical shape, eating good foods, access to healthy foods, access to clean air, clean water. It's great. No, it's going to be fine. Also, like RFK Jr. Mahad us, right? We've been Mahad.
Yeah,
we're happy again.
Everything's terrific.
Everything's terrific. How can the GOP justify this, Alyssa? Like, how can the GOP justify this?
Senator Bill Cassidy is a doctor who voted for an anti-vaxxer. Senator Joni Ernst is a veteran and a sexual assault survivor who voted for Pete Hegseth. That is all we need to know. They are just doing what they have to do. There is no rhyme or reason. There is no methodology. There is no logic. There is no thoughtfulness. They are just doing whatever they think Trump wants, and that is passing the Big Beautiful Bill. But
I don't think they think it'll affect them. I don't think they think it'll affect them. I think that they.
Oh, I think that they know it will.
Really?
I do think that Bill Cassidy. Here's the thing: they may kind of be bad people taking cowardly votes, but they're not actual idiots. Like, I do think they know that the chickens are going to come home to roost, and I think that they can just wait it out long enough, or that maybe the cuts don't come fast enough for those who have upcoming races. And a lot of them who don't have upcoming races, who just aren't scared and think it'll be fixed by the time they do have a race again.
It kind of reminds me of a conversation I had with, like, I want to say it was my mom, but it could have been my dad. It's more like a parental figure.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking about, like, climate change and how, like, you know, catastrophic it was. I was spiraling. And the parent that I was talking to, I'm pretty sure it was my mom, was like, well, I'll be dead by then. And she said it in a kind of, like, throwaway way. Because it was like, I was talking about like 40, 45 years down the road.
No,
and I was
but
like,
it's
I wonder
true.
if there's a lot of like, that is, okay, she wasn't being flippant or glib, but I like was thinking like, I wonder if there are a bunch of people in Congress that are like, I'm fucking Chuck Grassley, I'm 1,000 years old, it's a miracle, every day that I wake up is a walk around of my own volition is a miracle. Whatever, the kids will figure it out.
I absolutely think that there are some members for whom that is pretty accurate.
I used to be of the school of thought that found anti-aging research to be ridiculous and selfish and indulgent and initiated and spearheaded by men that are terrified and strange. But now I'm starting to think that I think that we need to do this. We need a cure for aging. We need it to be distributed randomly. We need, like, not everybody's going to get it, right? But we need there to be a lottery where, like, 1 out of every 1,000 people gets an injection that causes them to live to be 200 years old. Some of them are going to be members of Congress. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I want
so
them to
it's
be like, oh fuck, I have to live with the consequences of my actions. There's no piecing out. Okay.
I'm going to be human jerky because of climate change.
Yeah, exactly. I think they all think that they're privileged enough to escape it, and there's just no. I mean, and by it, I mean the consequences of reckless lawmaking, of reckless governing, and it's just. I think we should just randomly distribute the cure for aging to these people. See what happens.
I think it's a great suggestion.
All right. Well, we solved it. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have an interview with one of our favorite people. And welcome back. You're listening to Hysteria, the podcast that can't help but wonder.
If you're listening to this episode the day it comes out, tonight is the finale of And Just Like That, a show with a very special place in our Hysteria hearts. To mourn and celebrate with us, we have New York Times best-selling author, comedian, and friend Samantha Irby, who just so happens to be a co-executive producer and writer on the show. Welcome to Hysteria, Sam.
Thank you for having me. I feel hysterical. I'm ready. I'm ready to get into it.
Okay, Sam, where should we start? First, this episode drops on Thursday, the final episode of the series, not the season, but the series. Mm-hmm. How are you feeling?
I have two feelings.
Okay.
One, I would love to keep getting paid, right? Like, oh my God, I would really love to keep getting a check. So I miss that. I also I don't know, I had some ideas for next season. I really wanted to see Miranda as a grandma. I really wanted Seema and Adam to just have wild butt naked sex. So I'm sad that that's not happening, but I am, I hope it's not a bad thing to say, but I'm a little bit relieved, right? I'm a little bit relieved that, it's gonna take a few weeks, but that I can stop avoiding the internet because it's full of landmines about how stupid the show is and how we ruined it. I'm ready to be fully back on Reddit without hesitation. So I'm a little relieved, a little sad, and I think the biggest thing is that I love everybody I work with, and now we're in that weird place, well, at least for me, I don't know how they feel, but where I'm do I still get to call them? Is the And Just Like That group chat gonna die? So those are all my...
Well, Sam, I'll tell you something. I left the White House 10 years ago, and the group chat's still alive.
But you were doing important work, not
Girl, so were you.
Making a fart show. Okay.
Oh my God, I knew that I was the fart scene where I was that's Sam.
So let me tell you, the last time I did a podcast talking about this show, I unknowingly fucked up my NDA, and HBO's lawyer was hey Sam, so whatever, I'm fully expecting that to happen again, but there was gonna be an episode in which LGW gets a colonoscopy, and that's so close to my heart and my butt, and it was gonna be in my episode, but they swapped it out for the hamster storyline, I think because of time, shit happens.
Literally.
Yes, and I think as a concession, they gave me audible farts, which...
The colonoscopy would have been incredible. Fan of Hysteria, Katie Kirk loves to talk about her colonoscopy when she comes on.
I have had so many.
Me too.
I love them. We don't talk about them enough. No one's talking about poop enough for my taste, but I thought it would be funny but also useful. Hey ladies, get your butt checked.
So LTW, she would have loved it. She would have been nervous and then loved it.
Well, so we sort of sketched out this. Well, did I write it? No, I think I may have written it. she was going to be like living her busy life.
Okay, sorry, I had to make a frozen drink here.
Because in the room, we talked about how the prep is really the worst part.
Hands down.
Yeah, and if you've got shit to do, literally, figuratively, it's impossible to do it while also like running to the bathroom every 5 minutes. So there was going to be a lot of running back and forth, a lot of like hiding her gross poop from her man. And it was based on Julie, one of the writers, had a colonoscopy prep, and she, I mean, had an insane experience. So we were basing it on that. But I'm sad. It'll live on in my memory. You know, I was gonna pitch it again for next season. Like, that's my thing, is like any of my little bullshit that I try to sneak in that doesn't get in. Like the beginning of the next season, I'm like, so remember that dumb thing I said? We should really let's circle back to that.
Oh my god, I love that. Is there a character outside of the characters you've already mentioned that you wish you could have seen more of this season?
I love Seema, although I already said Seema, so that's cheating. I think, to me, Anthony is so funny, and like the way we get to write Anthony with just like zinger after zinger.
And you've done some really pretty finish work on all this wood.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and some of this I've reused from my last build. This was my kitchen countertop.
And everything's neatly wired, and wire management is excellent.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to my next video. Today we're here with Tad. Hi, Tad.
Hello.
And a really nice Transit Connect that you built yourself.
Thank you. Yes.
Really Transit Connect, huh?
Nice job.
Oh, thank you.
Really pretty and very, very practical.
Yes, it is.
So how long have you been on the road?
So since October of 2024, full time.
And what brought you on the road?
Well, my best friend, when I met him, he lived on the road, and I started traveling with him, and oh man, I just fell in love with it. And I was looking for something I was sick and tired of paying the mortgage and electricity and gas and everything else, and I wanted something that was very simple. And so got into this and absolutely love it. So
good.
Yeah.
From talking to you, I know you are a fisherman and like being outdoors, so that was probably one of your major considerations.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yes.
Get out there. Yeah, I know. And you're a retired fireman.
Correct.
I know when I retired, I found myself just sitting at home, and I didn't like that.
No, no, not at all.
And you've actually been, although you just started going full time, but you've actually been in several rigs.
Yes. Yeah, my first one was a 2004 Chevy long bed. I had a camper shell. I had built it out and used it mainly just for weekends. And then my second rig was a 6x12 cargo trailer that I had converted, but it wasn't that practical. And so I found this in the Kansas City area. As soon as it was done, I was on the road. So, yeah.
Did you sell your house or?
We did sell the house. Yes.
Good. Yeah.
Oh, they sold the house? Jesus. Oh my God, look at that. It's perfect. Oh my God, it's got like a microwave. Look, you can get a couch. And then on the wall, I want to see the other side of the van inside. Born Free Custom Motor Coach. Can't really tell from the dimensions, but I think I could put a television in there. Solar on the roof. Wow. And they only want 35 grand for this. What's the miles on it? 87,000 miles. Not bad, not bad. Power stroke turbo diesel 4x4 custom built on a Born Free coach. God, I want it. It has a fucking shower. It has a shower. So in the morning you just drive to the truck stop or whatever for like half an hour, and you hook up and you just like you have water and power and stuff, and you charge your batteries and shit, and you like you park there for a couple of hours and you take a shower and run water and stuff, wash your dishes and all that, and then you're just back out again. No, you could just go take a shower at the truck stop. That's not that much. Yeah, what's that per month? I think it's like 600 a month or something like that for showers, but then, you know, but it you know, This thing's cool. It's 55,000. You just tow it along behind you. I have a pickup truck. Airstream, so dope. Yeah, like why not just why not just use the truck to drive, and then go hop in the back of the Airstream? What else? Oh wow, yes. So I could just put a TV right there, like on that, like I could lie back on the wall, put a pillow there, a couple of pillows there, and then suspend a TV right here, like a 60-inch TV right here, and it's perfect, fucking perfect. I think it even has an air conditioner. And I don't know. I want to be able to park the van and walk through I want kind of like a stealth feel to it. An Airstream, it never occurred to me, like 50 grand. They seem expensive because they're like fancy, but you can just carry them around all the time. And then when you're ready, you just go back and walk in. And it's like my Airstream, right? And inside, nobody can see shit. And it's like you have a house. You just drag a house with you. Yeah, why build like why spend like 100 grand or like 50 grand? You could just like drag a house behind you like this that isn't even that big, because you don't need that much. I can make monthly payments on it so it doesn't break me. Travel trailers. I could probably get a really good travel trailer. Just have them hook it up to the back. Yep. Wow. Anyways, just taking a look. I will go get my 76 daily. Look, that one's even bigger. The Bambi for 40K. Look, it's bigger. What's it like inside? I've got stacks and stacks of ingots down. Say I could put a big TV, or I don't know. It would be hard. You could install a TV that's swung, so you could probably put like a 60-inch television in here and swing it to the right side and anchor it really strongly. gonna go wash my dish. I'll be right back.
You've been examined.
Nice. I'm successfully doing these like chain hauling missions. The do pay ISK and LP, and they are fixing my MR rep slowly but surely. Wow, it's a queen size bed. Cool. That's a pussy TV. Oh, no, they do have room for like a huge TV. Look, they've got a huge TV in it. I think I want a like a new fifth wheel like this. Pretty cool. Can't buy it, I don't have any money, but I mean, yeah, you know, it's good to have a dream, something that you want. Look, for $1,500. Nice. Nice.
You're kind of burned the bridges all in. Well, would it be okay if we took...
It's very good. This right here is my entry slash pots.
So much ESO news has hit in the last few days, including a ton of interviews with developers and website articles over on the Elder Scrolls Online website, which you probably missed, but don't worry, we're going over all the biggest news today in this video. Let's start with some of the biggest news first, that being that ESO has a brand new game director. This story first hit on Tuesday this week and came completely out.
Today is a really special day for me. 8 years ago, on August 5th, 2017, I officially moved into my car and made it my home. So let's talk about it. I wrote down some of y'all's questions I'm going to answer. Also, just as a quick overview, if you don't know who I am, hi, I'm Rosa. My car's name is Elron. I have lived with him for 8 years. As
Elron?
I said, basically...
She's a Scientologist.
Didn't go to college, was working 3 jobs, 80 plus hours a week, till I was 21, had a bit of a breakdown, I guess you could say. Didn't really know what I was doing with my life besides saving a lot of money, but I didn't know what for. And so I kind of had a moment, got drunk with my roommate at the time, and I decided I was going to move into my car and start traveling for some reason. And so I quit all my jobs and found this car and moved in, and I've been on the road ever since. How has car life changed since you started? It is completely different. So I kind of divide it in my mind between before 2020 and after 2020, as you do with a lot of things, I'm sure. But basically, I don't think I knew how good I had it when I first started traveling. I mean, all Walmarts were open 24/7. Like, you could sleep in the parking lots. National parks weren't busy. Nothing was really busy yet. Nothing was crowded. The boom hadn't happened yet on social media. And I'm aware I'm part of the problem. I'm
71K. I made 10K.
Advertising places I
God
go.
damn, I'm going
But
10 grand a
craze
day
had
or
not
something.
COVID really kickstarted kind of the van life, I don't know, epidemic. It's not an epidemic, it's fine. It's great people are going outside. But because more people are going outside and places, more people are going in nature, more people are going on hikes, things that used to be like a hike you could just go to Angel's Landing, you could just go hike Angel's Landing. Well, now you need to apply for a lottery, you need to win the lottery, you need to get a permit. There's so many more steps in order to access these places that just used to be accessible. And so I'm really glad that in the beginning I did most of the national parks and I really did more of the populated things, because now as time has gone on, I've found myself working harder to stay off the beaten path and kind of doing more research to find places further away where less people might know about them because they aren't as easy to find. And so it's really adjusted how I kind of travel. Like, for me, it used to be always in national parks, always hiking for sunrise, trying to see the best views. And now I'm getting more into like abandoned things and places where you have to drive maybe 50 miles down a dirt road, which has been a really fun change. But I do think that I didn't realize, if I'd known how much it was going to change, I would have really valued those earlier days when it just felt like it was just me on the road and it was rare to meet another person living in their vehicle. And now, I mean, it's kind of normal. And in a sense, it's good that it's become normalized and more accepted by society, but I do sometimes miss that it was almost more of a sense of freedom in the beginning that I think is really missing now. Do you plan to explore other countries? I am actually in Canada right now, and I spent about a month in Mexico earlier this year, but I think you probably mean like go to Europe and countries that I might have to fly to and I can't drive to. I would say it's becoming more of a consideration. I do struggle with the thought of traveling without being in my car because we are very attached and a little codependent, but I'm kind of opening my mind up to as time goes on, beginning to branch out. So while it's not a definite, it is definitely more of a possibility than it was. What is your diet like on the road? What do you typically eat in a day? So I am vegetarian. I mean, that's obviously going to impact my answer, so I have to say it. It depends on the day. So when I'm filming, I tend to cook more elaborate meals. Yes, for the camera, obviously a little bit, but also because, you know, it's fun to push yourself and try new things, and I'm more motivated to do it for you guys than I'd be motivated to do it just for myself. But a lot of the times when I'm not filming, I've kind of trained my body where it's more common for me to kind of do one big meal a day, just because then I only have to
that's kind of how I do.
Get everything dirty once a day. So I'll typically eat one large meal a day. Sometimes it's like a massive salad or a lot of sandwiches or, you know, a box of mac and cheese with sauteed broccoli put in, because if you put green stuff in mac and cheese, it makes it healthy. It's just kind of whatever I want. I mean, there's been times where I put olive oil in a bowl and I put some garlic powder in it and I dip a baguette in it and I call that dinner. It's not always great meals. It's kind of sometimes just whatever I have in my car still. What can I make with these canned goods? Just a variety of things. It changes every day, but my main thing is mostly only having to cook once a day. How do you find places to camp for free? Do you prefer stealth camping or sleeping in the wilderness? So I think most people use the same thing for this. It's called iOverlander. It's a great resource. I don't use the app. I just use the online version, and I know people have complained about the app, so I know nothing about that. I just use the online version. It's been great. When I first started traveling, I actually used freecampsites.net. Honestly, I used freecampsites.net for the first 5 years of my travel, and then I've just traveled so much that I have accumulated knowledge of places I can sleep. But I did switch over to iOverlander. I will sometimes check both because they do have different places listed on each of them, but it's just all customer review based. There's pictures, they'll let you know if there's service a lot of the time. It's a great resource and it really helps you feel safer about where you can sleep. And then also, obviously, when I'm urban, it's a lot of rest areas. Park and rides are great. If the rest area is full or they don't have one, a park and ride, I've slept in so many, they're amazing. I actually I don't know if I have a preference. I would say I probably spend 60 to 70% of the time camping more in the wilderness, 30 to 40% in more urban areas. And I think they both have their perks. It is nice sometimes to wake up somewhere and drive into a town and go to a coffee shop and, you know, go to Planet Fitness and work out and do the normal things someone does. But then it's also nice to wake up and make a cup of coffee in the back of your car and, you know, watch the sunrise somewhere pretty. So I think they each have their perks. How many states have I been to? What's my favorite state? And how many miles does Elrond have on him? I've combined some of these questions. So I have been to 49 out of the 50 states. Hawaii is the last one I have left because you cannot drive there. I have considered shipping Elrond to Hawaii. It's quite expensive though. So I do think I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and fly there to check it off the list, because it is getting tiring to say I've only been to 49 states when 50 is just such a better goal. So yeah, 49 states, and Hawaii will be happening at some point, probably, hopefully. Favorite state is tough. I have a favorite state for different reasons. I love the 395 stretch of California. If you give me the Eastern California, the Sierras and East, I could say that could be one of my favorites. But then if you give me Nevada, I love Nevada. Amazing abandoned buildings, ghost towns, you truly feel like you're in the middle of nowhere. It still kind of feels like the Wild West a little bit out there. So I love Nevada for that reason. So many different states have so many different things to offer. I don't know if I could specifically pick a favorite. I'd have to categorize them. But I mean, I could give the top 5, which would be California, Nevada, Wyoming, Alaska, and I'll just combine Oregon and Washington into one state, which I'm sure they will hate, but that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, and miles on Elrond. So he just passed 280,000 miles, and I got him when he had it was just over 66,000 miles. So I have put about and 14,000 miles on him, which is a lot, but it's over 8 years, which makes it a little bit more reasonable in my mind. What is your cost of living, and also how do you make money while on the road and afford your life? So I have quite a low cost of living, and I've worked pretty hard to keep it that way. Basically, my monthly payments would be phone bill, car insurance, and health insurance.
And gasoline, food, toiletries, water.
Probably my biggest expense is honestly gas at this point, but that's kind of it. I don't have any debt. I don't really have a lot of expenses in my life because I have always been really frugal, and I've always tried to sustain myself with as little as possible. I think living in a car has really helped me make sure I keep the amount of things I own to a bare minimum. It's been great. I'm like, hey, don't get me gifts, don't get me anything like that, because I live in a car, I can't handle it. So it makes sure to kind of eliminate the possibility of accumulating items, especially items of like sentimental value where you feel like you can't get rid of them. I've just worked very hard to just have less things in my life. I would say Elron probably costs me in maintenance at this point, now that he's getting older and getting more miles on him and things are starting to have to get replaced more frequently. I would say he probably runs me an average of $3,000 a year to $4,000 a year in oil changes, tires, things being replaced and things like that. So he is becoming a larger expense, but still at the same time, to me, it's worth it to just replace as much as I can with him constantly. I will keep investing the money in him because he is worth it, but that cost of living is definitely going up, but it's still way cheaper than paying for rent or a mortgage or anything like that, or honestly a new car payment or something. I would never replace him, but in general. So when it comes to like source of income, currently YouTube is actually how I make my money, and because my cost of living is so low, I can just sustain myself off of what I make from YouTube. And then before YouTube, I did seasonal work at kind of different national parks and small towns and things like that, so I'd spend maybe 3 to 6 months a year working, usually a few months in each place, and then I would travel for the rest of the year. And it was actually a really great way to have that security of having a job and knowing you were going to make money down the line while still being able to wake up in beautiful places and have the freedom of travel, because it feels less like work if you work in Glacier National Park. So you go to work and then you get to go hike after work and go see the sunset somewhere beautiful, and you're already in the national park. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds. But currently, YouTube is what I do, and we'll hopefully get to continue to do. Where is your Elron the Element sign? In my parents' basement. So this build is not finished yet. These were Amazon shelves that I just threw in as like a stopgap measure till I could finish the build. We could finish the build, my dad helps me with them, and there's a car coming. And so yeah, I just don't want to put the sign on until this iteration of the build is finished, which is the third one. And so once it's all done, the sign will be making a comeback. It's perfectly safe, it's absolutely fine, it's just currently not here. Is there anything you miss about having a permanent home? I mean, obviously, kind of the little things, like just having a private bathroom you can access, having a shower you can use whenever, having a full-size kitchen, having an oven that you can bake in, having more storage space. But I think every time I go visit people and I spend time and I have access to these luxuries, I appreciate them more because I don't get them every day, and so it's almost like exciting to go to a house, and it's like, oh my gosh, like I can go cook a full meal from scratch with very little inconvenience, and it makes life seem easier. And then I go back to my car and I get to enjoy maybe the challenges a little bit more. But I wouldn't really say I miss those things. I like when I have them, but I no longer need them. It's just been so long. So it's just it's like a perk. It's like a little stop, a little break from road life, and you're like, I can shower today, and not a gym. And then I go back to my car and I go back to showering at the gym. But I wouldn't really say I trade it. And also, I don't sleep as well in houses anymore. There's just so much space, and they make noises, especially older houses. They make noises, and it's just, I sleep way better in my car than I do a house at this point. I guess it's not so much missing things, it's more so appreciating things more. This life has made me appreciate things more. What do you use to film and edit your videos? I just film everything on my phone. I get a lot of comments about my filming. It's just my phone. Sometimes the quality's better, sometimes it's worse. I don't know what goes on with my phone. My phone is 0.6x, the quality's lower for filming 1x. It's good. 3x obviously sucks. But yeah, I just film on my phone. Every video has been on my phone. I don't even have a microphone anymore. It broke, so it's just my phone's audio. So you don't need a lot if you're planning on starting anything. Just if you have a decent enough phone, you can just film on your phone. And like I said, my audio is my phone. You don't need as much as you said. Every microphone I've ever had breaks anyways, and the audio always gets messed up. It's such a hassle. And then I edit, currently I use Adobe Premiere Pro, which I do love. However, it crashes my laptop like 2 times per editing sessions because I don't actually think my laptop is built to handle it. I have no power bank, I have no internet, I have no Wi-Fi in my car, I don't have Starlink, I have no way to charge things if my car is not running. So I edit everything in towns. I'm usually at libraries or coffee shops or anything like that that has good free Wi-Fi. And so I just use that to edit. And that's why one of the reasons I always go into town is for editing purposes. How do you make and maintain friendships while always on the move? I am very lucky. I have 2 best friends who I met a few years ago now, and I didn't have to make the friendships. Julia actually reached out to me, and she was already traveling with Madeline, and asked if I wanted to come hang out with them, and I said yes, and I went out, and I locked my keys in my car, and they helped me break into my car, and I think that bonded us, and so we've been best friends ever since. And it's been really great because even though all of our lives have changed since we met, well, my life really hasn't changed, and Madeline's life hasn't changed that much, but Julia's life has changed. Julia bought a house and moved east and sold her van and has a completely different lifestyle, but it doesn't matter because I've realized that with having these friendships, it's about the fact that even though the 3 of us are typically thousands of miles apart from each other, we all put in the same amount of effort to make sure to maintain the friendship. We're constantly talking on the phone. We have multiple group chats. It's friendships that they'll fly across the country just to watch the Super Bowl with my family, and they don't even like football. It's meant a lot to me to have those friendships in my life, and I really value those friendships. So I can't really give advice about making friendships on the road because I was not the one that reached out. Shout out Julia. But as we're maintaining friendships, it's kind of just about putting in the effort, and they're putting in the effort, and then you guys stay friends, and just understanding that friendship doesn't just have to be proximity based. It can just be, it doesn't matter how far apart you are if they're your best friends. So yay, love you guys. How do you find abandoned cabins and fire lookouts, and why don't you ever share the locations of them? This is a difficult topic. I have had this conversation with so many people about whether or not to gatekeep locations. And I think in the beginning, like the first few years, I was way more open about tagging things on Instagram and sharing specific locations. And I would tell anybody if they messaged me or commented, I'd be like, oh, it's da-da-da-da, it's this fire lookout, it's this. And I was completely open about it. I think since I can notice a shift for myself specifically with how I've handled YouTube, is I am very vague. Typically, I might mention the state it's in, but I'll never say the name or anything like that. And I think it's kind of been a weird way to moralize what I'm doing because I've talked about how social media has contributed so heavily to why so many hiking trails and places are so busy and overpopulated, why there's permit systems now and lotteries, and it's all contributed. There's such a boom around getting outside, which is great that people are getting outside. But obviously, people are going for very specific things, which leads to such overcrowding. I don't know how to explain it, because a lot of these places, especially like the abandoned fire lookouts and cabins, they have such a local community behind them and people who have spent years and decades maintaining them. And so I want to try to be respectful of that. The way I've moralized it in my brain is I kind of show you guys places, and there's enough context clues that you could figure it out. I find all of these places on Google. I just do research and, zoom in on satellite maps and just kind of sit in the library all day trying to find the next little hidden gem. And sometimes I'll spend 5 hours doing research and not find a single cabin. And sometimes I'll find 10. And it's just kind of luck of the draw. And I understand that I have time to do that, and not everyone has time to spend hours of their life finding these remote places. So it's a constant, you can see, it's just like a constant battle in my mind. But I definitely feel more comfortable not sharing locations. But I know that if you want to find these places, you could, because, they are all on the internet, and that is how I found them. So they are there if you want to find them. but I don't think I will ever specifically just say the names of places or share the specific location. And that's what I've come to in my life. I don't want to be part of maybe a problem. I don't know. I'm just trying to be diplomatic about it. Why don't you travel with a pet? I would love to. Unfortunately, my car not insulated at all. If it's not running, I have no air conditioning or heat. So leaving an animal in a car, specifically heat, would not work for me. And in the US, most national parks, all the hiking trails, you can't take a dog on it. A lot of state parks as well, there's just a lot of limitations on where you can take a dog, so it would limit where I can go. Obviously, it would limit a lot of my overnight trips.
Hello, I'm Josh Striphaze. I've made a lot of videos on MMORPGs. There's a running joke that I've even killed a few because my videos seem to release just before they shut down, but that's actually just a coincidence, and legally you can't prove otherwise. So I'm used to being there at the end of an MMO's life cycle, but recently I was invited to be there for the birth of one. I was one of 3 content creators, along with CoCarnage and JoeCat, invited to stream the first public look at the as of yet unnamed MMO currently known as Project Ghost. It's being made by fantastic Pixel Castle, which is a new studio containing some MMO industry veterans. On stream, we played through one of the blue zones, and we were joined by designer Greg Street, more often known as Ghostcrawler. We had a lot of input, the audience had a lot of questions, and Greg responded to all of it. Some of his answers were better than others, but ultimately I have concerns. I have apprehensions. I have extremely cautious optimism because honestly, I think it was too early to show anything public. And in this video, I'll explain why. So what is Project Ghost? Who are the people making it? Is it actually an MMORPG at all? Let's find out. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. And let's begin with the team at Fantastic Pixel Castle. This studio was founded in 2023, so relatively recently. They're entirely focused on making an MMORPG currently known as codename Ghost. The game director is Greg Street. This guy started working games as a designer on Age of Empires, then went on to become the lead system designer of a small MMO called World of Warcraft, most notably Wrath of the Lich King. Greg even mentions he helped design Dungeon and Raid Finder, which is a choice he often questions. Greg then worked on the speculated League of Legends MMORPG before leaving and starting to work on this one. Andrew Medlin is an engineer who worked on Call of Duty. Brian Halinka is a gameplay design director who worked on Homefront and World of Warcraft. They have engineers on their team from Ubisoft.
They're all 60 years old and they won't be here in 10, 20 years, so I don't trust it.
Community managers from the Pokemon Company. So
they expect AI to take over their jobs or something.
They're a highly experienced team of industry professionals with MMO knowledge both wide and deep, which is why my expectations for this test were very, very high. Now, I had played an extremely early beta build of this game about a year ago, but there was nothing unique or interesting about that build. It was a private test, more a proof of technical ability to host the framework of an MMO. This public reveal test, however, this was the first time everyone else would be seeing what Project Ghost...
It's gonna sound crazy, but I think Quimfall looks better than this. And Quimfall sucks. Like, pretty bad. Gonna take off my flag now.
So this kind of mattered. The footage you'll be seeing in this video is a mix of my own Twitch stream, JoeCat's stream, and CoCarnage's stream. I'll be critiquing the graphics, combat, gameplay loop, and player interaction.
I think Terra looked better like 10 years ago.
Okay, so once again, I have to cover this guy. Now, this man you see here, don't worry about who he is. It literally doesn't matter. But for all intents and purposes, he is just another grown man that went on No Jumper for free. He even says himself that No Jumper only invited him on because he was beefing with another frequent guest on the show for extra. And I have covered this so many times, but let me just break something down that they won't teach you in school. Stop going on YouTube channels for free. You're being exploited and you look like an idiot. But that's why I'm here. Listen very closely to me. I had a comment on one of my recent videos where a guy said he didn't know that YouTube pays. And this is the problem people have when they get clout or just thinking that appearing on a large platform is going to change their life. But here's the question. What would make a person think that No Jumper could change their life? Because the channel generates money. Don't believe the whole Adam is going broke rumor. Here's how it works. So once you pass a certain number of subscribers and hours of people watching your content, YouTube pays you for every video. You understand? All you need is 1,000 subscribers and like 3,000 watch hours, and you'll get paid from every video you drop. So when you go on No Jumper and talk for an hour, and Adam gets 100,000 views from the main video and another 300,000 views from the clips of your video he uploads separately, he has now generated 400,000 views worth of revenue from the videos of you. And every channel is different. Some channels will make $2,000 from that many views, and some channels will make 10,000. And this is on top of however many views his last few uploads got. And if you've been on there 3 times and generated over 1 million views for this man, you have successfully paid every video.
Ooh, I got a very nice bed.
A new car. For Extra, which if you don't know him, this is a guy who No Jumper kept bringing on essentially because he's a grown-ass man that makes a fool out of himself, and honestly he's probably somewhere on the spectrum, and Adam knows this. I've counted at least 5 million views that Adam did from 4 Extra men on the channel. And just for reference on how much 5 million views is, Trap Lord Ross made so much money from the King Von video getting 10 million views that he got a King Von tattoo. So 4 Extra went viral over the 4th of July weekend because he literally, not figuratively, blew his hand off with a firework. And due to the buzz around his name at the time, he demanded something like $50,000 for Adam to bring him back on the show. Now, I'm pretty sure the No Jumper was at least paying him something since he was generating so much money for them, but I don't think he realized just how much No Jumper was actually making from him because, again, many people don't even know that YouTube pays. I guess they think Mr. Beast just got rich off making candy or something. So, of course, Adam refused this outrageous offer, but the biggest thing 4 Extra didn't realize is that as soon as he did over 100,000 views just from being in a clip on No Jumper, he should have made his own YouTube channel and acted a fool on there. Because like with all these guys, it's already bad enough that you're clowning on the internet, but what's worse is that you're basically doing it for nothing. Even a guy like Johnny Somali, although I don't respect what he did, and he quite possibly made Japan and South Korea significantly more racist against Americans just due to his antics, even he understood that he could make a living off making content, despite looking like he has nothing going on between his ears most of the time. But actually, he graduated from Arizona State University, which, even though it's a party school, he was a better student than me because my dumb ass didn't even graduate. But that's kind of funny because a lot of YouTubers are actually college dropouts. And you know, I looked to see if 4 Extra actually made a channel, and I found one that could possibly be his, and it has 17,000 subscribers, but it hasn't been active in over a year. If this is his real channel, what a wasted opportunity. Millions of views he generated on someone else's channel, and he didn't even realize that he could have made just as much as Adam. Hell, rappers didn't even realize that they could make money on their own music by using their own YouTube channel until very, very recently. That's why there are several rappers that did 1 million views on the Video Man's channel, but the actual rapper fell off because he wasn't generating money and he had to get a job. Meanwhile, the dude that shot the video was just counting money. I will say that some of the newer rappers did get wise to this fact, and that's why you see them appearing on live streams with the most popular streamers, and some guys, including Ralphie the Plug, who's the brother of Draco the Ruler, has his own YouTube channel where he live streams and he doesn't have to worry about a label or splitting the money with anyone. This is something that most YouTubers don't talk about, and I don't think that's because they want to gatekeep a secret or something. I think it's genuinely because they assume that everyone already knows this. When you see a guy on YouTube do $1 million house tour on his channel that has over 1 million subscribers, what do you think he did to make that money? Work at Amazon? This is why I encourage people to become YouTubers. If it's your dream, or even if you just think it would be something funny to do it. You actually can. You won't believe how many times I've told my friends and family, like, hey bro, make a YouTube channel. But nobody thinks they have enough time. But you do. And the same thing goes for all the people that go on No Jumper for free. You think you don't have time to make your own content, but you got time for Adam to fly you out for a free appearance? Most people that don't live in LA are just doing it for the clout and a free plane ride, and the people in LA are just doing it for clout. And then they get mad at Adam once they realize that he's making so much money because you don't know how YouTube works. But even if you don't, you at least know that this man has enough money to throw you 1,000 or at least 500. LA is way too expensive for you to be going on No Jumper for free. That's like a crackhead move. And there was a rapper from Chicago. He was on No Jumper like last year. He's done millions of views on YouTube and even done an interview on another channel. But now he's in jail for pulling the heist at the Lululemon store. Do you know why? Because although he made a YouTube channel, he did 90% of all his views on other people's channels. No better explanation can be given than telling you that the guy that posted this rapper's body cam footage made more on this video than the actual rapper did going on No Jumper. YouTube has been around since 2005. All of us that were born broke, or in the 99% of people, it's our responsibility to learn how to move up a tax bracket. At least one. I ain't saying you gotta be Jeff Bezos, because most of us will not. Mr. Beast, XQC, and Kai Cenat combined don't even equate to a Jeff Bezos or Donald Trump, but even Donald Trump's granddaughter has a monetized YouTube channel. And this girl never had to worry about making money in her life. She just is because she's leveraging her name to make her own platform, probably because someone explained it to her. But that's why I'm making this video. And once again, I was in the middle of making an entirely different video when I came across one of the Bloods in LA doing the interview, venting about how Adam 22 didn't pay him. And I was just ranting in my head like, bro, you a grown ass man. I'm not coming to anybody's business where their business is about to make money from me simply for my appearance and I don't get anything. And then I said, all right, man, fine. But that's why this is Trap University, right? So like public school, but even better. Even though similar to public school, I can't give you any good food. But we gotta break the myth of appearing on a big platform changing your life. It is not 2007. You simply going on a big YouTube channel will not make you rich. Even if you appeared on the biggest YouTube channel, it means nothing if you don't find a way to generate views and money yourself. Mr. Beast can call you right now and invite you to be in an episode. But if you don't become a consistent content creator yourself after this appearance, nobody will remember you. I'm making this video for the grown people who think going on No Jumper or an interview is somehow going to build buzz for a music career or whatever they're trying to do, because it's not. Adam, in fact, did quite the opposite. He blew the channel up using other people's music career as a way to generate buzz for his channel. Hella rappers that have been interviewed on there have already fallen off while he's still up. But I don't feel bad for you whenever you go on there for free like 3 or 5 times and then you complain about him not paying you. Like, bro, you knew he wasn't paying you the first time you went. If you get invited and the man has enough money to fly you out and then you go into a building and realize that he can afford to rent out studio space on Melrose in Los Angeles, you have no excuse to be going on there for free. Unless him getting you a plane ticket and some weed is really enough for you. Come on now. YouTube is 20 years old. You can get paid for making a damn video. If a YouTuber invites you on their channel, just know they're only doing it so they can make money. You understand? The YouTube channel is tied to their bank account. So when you appear on there and generate 1 million views, unless you ask for a cut, just know you've been exploited.
That's Crip Mac dancing.
The economy is a game.
So I started drinking daily. Like fucking, like I got fired from 7-Eleven, so I started drinking daily.
And the discipline.
Please stop. Ian on YouTube.
I probably shouldn't make, and it's one that I've made about 6 or 7 times over the past 3 or 4 days, believe it or not. But here we go. I made a video, and I'm finally gonna post it. I got a lot of comments that said, Ian's a grifter, he's scamming us, he took the money and he ran, he doesn't want to post videos anymore. I wish it was that simple. I wish I was scamming you. It'd probably be healthier than the story that I'm living right now. I completely underestimated what happened, right? I had this job for 4 years, basically. I got fired, and then that was fine because I already had a vacation planned. I was already leaving. I left for the month, I went down south, I was traveling, and it was beautiful. I came back, and the loneliness hit hard, and it hit hard bad. I'm talking, guys, I'm just scrolling, I'm just playing. I don't even play video games anymore. I just literally scroll on YouTube all day. I don't really have much human interaction, and now for like the past week and a half, I've just been like
busting open a bottle every night and just like. But see, the good thing is, I can admit that, and I know where it's not going to go to where that like super dangerous, crazy place to where I was in my life a few years ago. And that's why I got to stop today, got to stop tonight, because I got to get back out into the world, man. I need a job. I'm a person who can't not work.